being gas beyond.
Oh, those
I do.
Very wood.
It was so poor. I mean, we had to report at 9:30. And there's not enough room for all of us, so we're in the jury room, then we're out in the hallway and there's enough chairs and people are sitting on the toilet and. You know, and we were there for 2 hours before they called us in. So.
Then they had a
this
whole
is-
other batch.
And the
come in.
whole nother batch came and then they had to sit there while we were in there, so.
Well, should I be worried about
Anyway,
owl?
Yeah.
It's on the owl for both things. Saw it.
I think you're good.
Those are the things.
No, and Collins, nobody? Who's?
Oh.
Tom and,
Tom and
They will
Kristen
be at the meeting, but not at the workshop. Lee told me.
Kenny or Tom?
and Kenny said he'd Zoom for the one session and
And not the meeting.
then he'd come in for the meeting. I think he just got off the plane today. What's sunshiny?
how you feeling?
Flowery.
Yeah, plenty of room.
I feel so.
Spread
you out. I'll spread you out. I made Dave and Ken.
And I've got a friend in here with Mayor and Kenny. On the timeout here.
Yeah. Could I do something wrong there?
Okay, this is the story with the mics.
Oh, here's your mic lesson.
I guess she said
I
aim it
reset up
in
yours.
the
Yeah, I wanna
direction that
talk.
you're usually facing. Like, I guess I'm usually looking this way and talking, so I should aim it to where I'm getting sideways. Sideways is better than straight. And
And I pushed it in, so it's not all.
ideally, close to it also helps. And let's exaggerate being close to it.
I mean,
Your voice is loud.
Yeah,
not last meeting, it sounded like it wasn't that good, but I guess online, it sounded good.
You know
Yeah,
what,
I think
maybe,
it was because
I'm gonna see if this is a
we had to
better.
bypass that hub last time because it broke.
So,
Well, you have this one, I've
Some-
seen the one.
singers,
I pushed it in.
Oh.
young
It
kids,
was when I first got it.
they told her
Your trick helped.
one finger between their lips and the mic.
Mhm.
That's how they
Yeah.
wanted them to do it.
The judge yesterday at the courthouse, no one could
25
hear
of
her,
what
we just
year?
kept having to remind her to.
We don't have a magistrate yet.
No, this was, everybody was from elsewhere. Oh, yeah, thanks.
Are we good? Ready,
The
Susan?
real one?
Yeah.
Are we online, everything
Yeah.
good to go?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Hillsborough City Council Work Session, February 19th, 2025 at 5:30 PM to order. Roll call please.
Mayor Allison,
Here.
Tom Baylor is absent. Kathy Sherman,
Here.
Casey Kinsman,
Here,
Wendy Rainey. Here. Dave Zastro,
here.
Kristen Carpenter. Oh,
Here.
I'm sorry, why did I say Carpenter? Why is it on the work session as Carpenter? I'm sorry. Here, and Ken Jones. Absent for now. So the form of council.
Thank you. Our work session topic tonight is strategic planning, infrastructure. I'll turn it over to you, Sam.
Okay. So tell me if I'm not talking in the Okay, so I think it's a lot. But it is a lot, right? It really is a lot of stuff. So I have a few ideas and I'm just gonna start talking and when you guys wanna interrupt, just interrupt me, so. My first move was to get rid of the green slides, cause I felt like it was the Oregon Ducks on the screen. I like the Oregon Ducks, but. So if you look at the slides that are there, that are in the packet, I'm just gonna talk to them. So I do wanna just go over some completed projects, cause we have got some stuff done.
That was awesome.
Yes, it was
By the way, it
awesome.
really was.
And I mean, the one thing that I didn't put on there, because it was kind of a while ago, was the water infrastructure upgrades, they were huge. But
Which one was that?
when we did LT two, so what, that was when Rich was here, so 16 or 17. Big project, EPA mandated that all freshwater sources had to have either UV or, ozone
Ozone.
to treat it. And, we did all three of our places with that, and then everything that we could relate to water, we did upgrades with, we did the tanks, we did some pumps, we got chlorine generator, yeah. We took full advantage of everything we could get. So Harbor Loop, Nicola, and Nicola to the Copper River Highway, we had intended to do from Nicola to Water Street on Railroad, and that just put us out of our price range. Adams from the Copper River Highway to Second Street, corner of Council and Main Street. This was a state grant that
And
we,
both of these were talking pavement.
Pavement,
Improvement.
drainage, sidewalks.
Sidewalk.
And if I can interrupt the timeline for all these projects, what timeline are we talking they all occurred in?
These two were almost simultaneously 16.
So from the last strategic plan, essentially,
Mhm.
these are things.
Yeah, I guess, I can't put Alan, I'm trying to think of what his time frame was, but yes, I would say yes,
I was gonna say 15 to 17.
15 to 17, so I think he was involved in the Harbor Loop stuff, we did a lot of meetings on that. Adams was a, ATAP grant that, Leif and I wrote, Third Street, this is like way old, this was even right when Rich first got here, so maybe 2015. It had been put in by the PTA at the school, and then it came to construction, and they're like. "Oh." So it came to the city and we finished that off, stairs from the, out here, out this door down from Cordova to Main Street.
No small thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't
It's a
it? So
community,
nice.
community STIP grant, yeah, that, or it's an ATAP grant, that, I'm amazed at the use of that, of those stairs,
I usually do.
yeah, I use it a lot too, it's nice. So we did upgrade, the harbor walkway and parking area along the front of the South Harbor. Not as grandiose as I wish we could have done, but it is a much
It's
improved,
better than it was.
it is way better than it was.
That is, quickly become my mantra, it's better than it was.
South Harbor project, huge. The pool liner, that's another big, huge project that we just recently completing. And then we also, White Shed and Second Street are gonna happen. They're and Second Street is gonna be massive. I mean, that's from the,
And hopefully it gets bigger with this conversation and move in that direction.
we got lots of things to fund, so that's what we gotta figure out. So those are the two big projects that we have in pot, I guess I would say, right now, is White Shed and Second Street. The other thing on there is EACware, which we really aren't facilitating, but we will. We get an easement from DNR, will be the owners of that at that point.
If the watershed's going through some issues right now with funding too.
Because they have federal highway funding, they do not have a grant agreement in place. They're literally, I mean, they have bids. But they're in that limbo, I mean, we move forward without a grant agreement in place with Mara, but it's a risk, it is a true risk and. Yeah, I think it's wise to, especially in this climate, to make sure you're good with where you're at financially. So they are working on that, they're down in Juneau right now, trying to get that thing in place so they can take care of those contracts.
That email came out today with the STIP. And it's.
In your mind, in your mind,
Oh,
in
the
your.
email came out with the STIP today and that's listed in there, so.
But yeah, where?
Yeah.
Good. But I don't think that's federal highway funds money. I don't think that part is run through the state, but I'm not sure on that. Well, we'll get an update from Kate when she gets back.
Good.
Okay. So on page 7. in the original, infrastructure strategic plan that was put together by Alan, he had these 5 components. He called them something different. I called them components, which were infrastructure, financial plan, economic development, develop partnerships and internal services. And basically internal services is like everything we do within the city. Actually, I'm gonna put that together. So I would like to at least agree or not agree with these 5 things, and if anybody else has some burning one they wanna add to the list, that we put it on now. But I do think it's important that we focus on one component. Understanding that especially almost everything is gonna impact financial, like it's gonna be get into financial. But if we can get to a point with like infrastructure where we have priorities, we know what we're shooting for, then we can move to the financial side or whatever order we wanna do these in, it's not.
They are all
They are all intertwined and it's gonna be.
Good.
So, does anybody have anything they wanna add to this list? As a component of this strategic plan?
Can I ask a question?
Here,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Miss- Thanks. I don't have anything to add, Sam. My question is a little bit broader. I'm just wanting to, I guess, ask what are we trying to do tonight? I mean, are we trying to prioritize? Is this just the beginning of the conversation?
I thought that we would, if everybody agreed with these, just basically, and didn't have anything other to add, then we just move into infrastructure, because that seems to be the topic of the day. And
Right.
move into prioritizing infrastructure.
Right.
Are
And
you asking for prioritizing these 5 then?
no, when we start talking about infrastructure, are we trying to prioritize infrastructure? I mean, there's such an enormous list and I'm just trying to figure out are we just trying to make sure that we understand the known universe of our needs? Are we trying to rank things? Because it seems like I'm just trying to understand what we want to finish tonight's conversation having accomplished.
Yeah. I guess I was looking at this as, not gonna solve the world's problems tonight. And I think that breaking it down into these 5 components is everything that I'm thinking of fits in there somewhere. And then maybe we just discuss infrastructure tonight. Maybe the suggestion I'm gonna have is the next month's work session, strategic work session, we do something else, and then it's probably gonna all come back to the financial plan in the end, but I don't see this as being a one-night workshop.
That's right.
Yeah,
The way I look at this is, before we can solve a problem, we have to know what the problem is. And that's what I'm doing, at least hopefully walking away, and if we choose infrastructure, then at least I have something I can look at and stew on of like, here's our infrastructure problem. And start mulling over ideas on how to solve and partnership to solve this problem. Way I see it.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. That helps. I just wanted to make sure I was thinking about it the same way as other people, so we wouldn't be working at cross purposes. But yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay. So we're all good with the 5 components, at least for this time frame. As we move through it, we might add or decrease. Okay. So I guess I did have a list of things that I feel like would have to occur in order to really prioritize or maybe I should say it this way, that will need to occur on the things that are our top priorities. A, we need to identify them. I think one strategy to work through projects is to have very large projects, wastewater, PID, these really big impactful on finance as well as resources projects. And then some of the smaller ones, which is why in the memo I put in over $1 million and under $1 million. I think it's a good some of those things under $1 million we can tackle, you know, now, well, not today, but within budgets or loans for the current fund, or whatever however we wanna move through that, and some other options, we could explore and implement local improvement districts, such as, you know, if you had a road that was a dead-end road, I'll give the example of
We just looked at one,
townhouse streets.
I don't know the name of that road, Kevin. That's essentially a double dead end road.
What are we talking about?
Highland Drive, is that what you're saying?
This is different than what she's talking about.
I don't think it has to be.
I don't know what you're talking about. I guess what I was getting towards with local improvement districts, an example would be a road that's a dead end to, you know, have part of the residents have an improvement district, which would become on their, what is that?
No, it's a special assessment.
Special assessment, that's what it is. And other ideas, maybe, specific mill or however it would work with a property tax that would be for fire and EMT only. And so, you know, to help with those, everybody needs it. It's a pretty high priority kind of thing. Same with a road, you know, Chase might be an example of a road that is a very ambulance needed, the grassy fields there, it's a thoroughfare. And equipment and vehicles on replacement schedules is a tough one to start, but it's a good practice to have in place. So those were just kind of things I think for grants and priorities, so we have to be flexible. It could be that a grant opportunity comes up on for something that's really a good deal. And you maybe go after it even though it's not a number one priority. You just have to be flexible that way. Okay,
So what was the road? Island?
It's either Highland or Woodland, I can never remember.
Well, either end are dead ended cul-de-sacs,
Yeah.
essentially. And if we're talking about an improvement there, I don't know why that wouldn't. If the private property owner and owners were given some kind of whatever benefit we're referring to. Or
Yeah.
vacating a portion of their private property to create a full easement there. And I think
Yeah,
there's several of those in our community.
what Sam's talking about, I mean, you know, that's obviously a conversation that we can have, but I guess just to clarify is. You know, the local improvement districts that we were kind of thinking about is, there's certain dead end streets where, you know, like, 6th, 7th and 8th Street along Lake Avenue. Where we know that we need to do storm drainage improvements, and it would also be not, and you know, the roads could be chip sealed or paved, and then obviously sidewalks would be an added benefit as well. And so since those are dead end streets, the only people that benefit from those streets are the people who actually live on it, because you don't have the general public going through those streets. So those might be ones that we want to identify where maybe the city pays a certain percentage of the improvements. And then the rest of the cost of the improvements is assessed against those properties as a local improvement district, since they're the ones benefiting from it. And so maybe in that case, you know, I'm not gonna throw out percentages, but you know, they pay a higher percentage and the city pays a lower percentage in that case. But then in other situations where it's a more of a thoroughfare, you know, the people that live on the street, maybe we consider they do chip in a certain amount, but the city would take on the higher burden because more people than just those living on that street are using that infrastructure.
I think also if you went to the point of tearing up the road, you could also improve sewer and water pipes.
If we're not doing that, then. Yeah, we absolutely should be.
Yes. This and actually we have an opportunity to replace the transmission line from the Orca catchment to the Orca treatment building with the contractors already being on site. They've given us a quote for that, and I think that's, you know, that's something that can be tackled in-house. They quoted around 300,000. But they're there, there's no mob, there's no demob, there's no, all that kind of stuff, so it's an opportunity.
And for me, when I'm looking at. If we're talking improvement districts along that route, then I would. That's where I'd like to look at what, I mean, we listed what projects we have going on, so we have White Shed, we have Second Street, what feeds off of that, what improvements, do we make those improvement districts? Of someone on, what is it, Browning Council, Adam. What's over by the school,
That's Adams,
Adams, oh yeah,
and then Davis is on the
and
other.
Dave's on the other side. Of. We have this infrastructure in place, asphalt plant, whatever. How can we assess this differently? To share that burden of cost with the residents of those.
So you're saying, put in this, just for an example, put an assessment on Adams to do their street while Second Street is being put in.
'Cause it's, to me, we have the crew, we don't have to mow anyone, we have. I'm just trying to, I guess, say back what I'm hearing on an improvement district. Is creating a broad throughout the community, or creating as we are able to find funds or resources to create these projects, that becomes a specific improvement district for this. I don't know.
I think, if I'm understanding correctly, you put it into place when you have a project already there.
Sure.
That's one. The other is that you would do it where there is no project but a big need.
Okay.
That's
So
how
then,
I would look at it.
Under your
but-
first term, that's how I would look at all those streets that were just listed,
Right,
tying off of Second Street.
yeah,
Is
Yes.
that not correct?
no, I guess I'm hesitating because we're so far along in that project. That, I don't know exactly how you tackle that, but that's okay, we could look into see what we think could happen there, we may have to just hire the contractor after. I don't know,
And I know one of our utilities that is in the audience, but my understanding there might be. Some benefit also for those places being tore up as. Certain entities trying to get fiber to homes and
okay,
electric.
okay.
I think, economy of scale is always something we should be looking for, right? When we're in there, we're spending money, we have crews on the ground, but. I guess for this purpose here, what I'd like to hear from staff, is looking over this overwhelming list of over $1 million, under $1 million. What is critical? What do you see in this list you feel is critical that we should be thinking about now, knowing we're not gonna be able to get a lot of it done until money's in place and planning 3, 4, 5 years down the line? Things that we need to be working on today to make sure they're in place.
Well, I think all these very large projects. Water. Harbor. Sort of harbor, wastewater, they all have components that could be broken out. We are getting the wastewater and water master plan, so this, or getting close to completion, those will be very helpful. But there are components in the wastewater, we could focus on maybe just the treatment plant. Instead of like everything, or maybe if we needed even a smaller chunk, we could look at the lift stations. All crucial to poo flowing in the right direction. So those are options as well, is where you could pull it out and. I don't wanna say Band-Aid, like if we fix it right, and we make sure that we fix it to.
It would be just a phase of a continuing effort
Yeah.
to improve our wastewater system.
And, maybe I mean, I don't have any examples of really small, I guess one small thing was we could do a, I&I, which is infiltration and.
Inflow.
Inflow into the sewer pipes that cause, stormwater and stuff. That study is like. It's pretty spendy, but it's 300,000.
Yeah, that sounds about right, and I mean, a big, benefit of that is if we can identify where a lot of that I&I is coming from, then we can approach those property owners and require them to disconnect. Their, either sump pumps or floor drains that are currently draining into the sewer system, which then could buy us some life on the wastewater treatment plant. But it doesn't mean that we don't still need to replace the wastewater treatment plant or do something to it.
Or even, it could be manholes that we just don't realize they're not.
Yeah, exactly, there's
There's a
our
lot
own
of,
structure as
there's a lot of-
well, that water's getting into that shouldn't.
Like, that is one way to tackle it, but I think, like, maybe pick the focus of replacing or renovating the wastewater treatment plant. And this is just, I mean, I'm open for discussion on what this
Mhm.
particular thing ends up being, but for wastewater, you know, you pick it, you say we're gonna spend 20 million or whatever the comes out to be, and that's what we're going after. We're gonna, whatever, we're gonna look for grants, we're gonna look for loans, we're gonna look, you know, bonds. I don't really know what's out there right now. We do have this master plan in place. We attempted to get a grant to get a design in place. We did not get that. But we can, having that master plan just gives us documents and design and cost estimates and those kinds of things that we can put in there, and also needs, priorities within the needs of the whole thing. And that same thing is being done for water. Roads, you know, we have our list that was done in 2015, it certainly needs to be updated. I don't even think the jailhouse doors were on anybody's mind when that one was created. So those are things you want to look at roads. That's how I organize it in my brain.
Right. And just to add on to that and to speak to Casey's comment earlier, I mean, that is something the jailhouse doors, you know, as part of the Second Street. We are future, not future proofing, but you know, that's the best word I'm gonna use right now, is we're future proofing for when we can do that jailhouse doors drainage upgrade. We are putting the proper infrastructure in at the intersection of Second and Council, so that when we do, or when we are able to do that new drainage uphill, we're able to tie in to the drainage that's being upgraded in Second Street. So you know, I mean, we are forward thinking in that way.
I think that is another example of a project that can be. Kind of, I hate the word piecemeal, but I don't know what it is, because we don't have to have. You know, we could fix that drainage, we could fix the jailhouse doors, get it into the street, get it into Second. And then to alleviate those 290s that cause the fountain in the parking lot and, you know, blowing out the end of South Harbor. In 2016, Kristen knows this study, they did where they had overflows basically going into the harbor so that pressure is relieved. I mean, just relieving that amount of water hitting those 90-degree corners is huge on lifespan. So that's another possible project. Of course, if you're tearing up the road, which you would be doing to do that project, you can look at sewer, water, and I mean, I think sidewalks are super important.
Do we have updated timelines from the state on Second and Whiteshed? Cause I know it's been a moving target.
It's still doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard because their fiscal year doesn't align with actual years. If I'm remembering correctly, they're planning on getting started spring of 27. So we have to get through this summer and next summer, and then they'll be getting the prep work, you know, spring of 27, and then construction throughout summer of 27.
Which one? Are they doing both now?
No, sorry, this is just for Second Street. They have Whiteshed slated between 27 and 29. They are just waiting to see which funding cycle that gets secured on, and so they're pushing for obviously earlier, but it could be as late as 29.
And originally that was supposed to happen before Second Street, correct?
We put in for that grant, well, we along with NBE put in for that grant, in 2012. And I don't know when we applied for the Second Street, 20,
We were awarded in 19.
Yeah,
I think I did it
yeah.
in
so.
18. And so speaking to that, that is a thought process that needs to be included, because it doesn't happen fast.
Yeah,
Um,
Absolutely.
and I think the other thing that I wanna mention that is, you know, we as a city cannot sustain multiple large projects. We don't have the resources and employees, I mean, one of the reasons we were successful with that MARAD and all of those grants is because that's what Colin did. He did project management, he did the grants. I mean, he did all of that. There is no way somebody doing their job and that could, at that level,
Sure.
could manage that. So those are things that you have to account for, and maybe you can put it in the grant, maybe you can't, it all depends on the grant. But on the other side of that, even to get into a grant agreement with Marad, we had to have the environmental done. We had to have our engineers, who were checking to see, you know, what we needed, what it looked like. We understand a proposal when it comes in. We also had, legal with the contract. I mean, Mark and I did the RFP. So there's a lot of things that, while you don't see the cost, it's all part of the cost. So it's just important, and I think the other thing is just financially. We still have removed $3.9 million from our general fund. Our balance at the end of 24 was like $125,000. We cannot sustain reimbursements without replenishing that amount or somehow figuring out how we're gonna do that. Because when you get a $3 million bill and you write a $3 million check and it takes Marad how many weeks or months to get it back? So those are just all things that have to be considered on these really large projects, depending on what the grants and or loans or things look like.
So what is a timeline? So we're looking at 27 for Second Street. What is a time, and when I mentioned feed-in streets, what is the timeline to say, hey, we have this project and we'd like to piggyback off of these city projects off of your project? What's that timeline? We need 3 years, we need 5 years?
It depends on the funding source.
Sure.
So, you know, I mean, if we're paying out of pocket, the consultants will move as fast as we tell them to. So, but then if we're going through grants, you know, you're talking a couple of years just to get into the agreement, then a couple of years of design, and then a couple of years of getting ready for construction.
If you're talking about the Second Street grant right now, if that's what you're implying, yeah. You know, we could have a conversation with them. So the way DOT does things and what the way I think we would probably need to move forward is that they then incorporate it into their contract. So they manage the contract, they, you know, they put it into their bid, it's done to their specs. And then they charge an overhead and there's some ACAP.
Yeah,
There's some fee also associated with that.
And I mean, it's great to have their support and having them manage these projects, but as Sam just said, you know, I would also be very cautious about including some projects in certain processes, because then it has, like she said, it has to be built to the national highway standards and state standards, and so it adds in a lot of not just bureaucratic process, but also a lot of design standards that we don't necessarily need for our community. But because it's tied to federal funding, it then has to be put through their process, and not only does it slow it down, it drastically increases costs.
And then for me, my question for pushback would be, so what is that cost in comparison to us bringing in our own crew and asphalt crew and us taking that on? That's
Yeah,
us.
so that question,
Yeah.
I mean, I think the other issue when you're doing something like that, if we're to, let's just talk about jailhouse doors. Let's say we decided that's what we're gonna do, we're gonna fix the jail, we're gonna get that storm drain fixed and tied into Second Street. If we don't do that with the contract with DOT and say we're gonna do it on our own, but we're gonna tie it in when it's tore open by there. If we hold that contract up in any way, shape or form with our contractor, we're paying for those stoppages. And, you know, I don't know how that would work out. That would be something that maybe it is workable, you know, maybe they could just be sitting there waiting for them to get the drainage in and hooked in and, you know, then they just fill the road back in, and if there's utilities, then the utilities put their stuff in. But it is also a risk.
Sure, absolutely. No, and thank you, to me, this is helpful and this, for me at least, why we're having this conversation.
And if we, if we do it separately, then we have to go through some sort of an RFP process for other contractors to bid on it. I mean, you could, pursue a sole source contract, but I mean, first, actually, the contractor hasn't even been picked for that. The project's gonna happen in 27, but they haven't even gone out to bid, so we don't know who the contractor is. So I mean, there's all this other timing where we would have to get this project designed on our own and then wait until a contractor gets picked, then we put an RFP out. Hope that that contractor bids on it or, solicit them to bid on it, see what they come back. So I mean, there is a lot of moving timing with that as well.
So then what's the alternative? We go and do it ourselves at some point.
You hire an engineer, you do an RFP and you pay for it.
I mean,
So, this is all interesting, actually, and relevant, I guess, I'm just thinking about what we have in front of us. You went to your staff, the new departments, and asked for all of these under and over $1 million projects. I mean, we're trying to talk about what we wanna do for strategic planning into the future, well into the future. And this is all part of it, but I guess for the purposes of this workshop, do we need to go through this information that you gathered for us and help us determine what are priorities, what are not, where we wanna start out on? Maybe just at least determine what is not a really high priority, at least we could take that off of the list for now.
I guess I don't know what you guys wanted. I mean, this is what I took from the direction that I got from you guys. Give me what you got and we're gonna talk about it. I mean, I'm more than willing to put my time and effort into putting our projects out there, but I don't wanna do that and then just have them come back and get nixed out.
Sure.
I mean, I think it is important that you look at these and,
Yeah, and this is usually helpful to see what you and departments have come up with different potential projects, and especially split out that way, what's something that's gonna take quite a bit of time and money and planning to happen, and other things we might be able to do in-house and do with a lot less effort. So you mentioned wastewater is a huge concern.
yes, I think we are in a place where we need to start figuring out how we're gonna do that.
Right.
I also think that, just water distribution is another.
so
one.
with that, what do you need from council to move forward?
Can I,
Fun.
can I chime
Yeah, go
in?
ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I sympathize, completely empathize with you, Sam, because it's a huge amount of information and it's really tough to assimilate. And in my mind, I thought, well, yes, the breakdown that you did makes sense of, it's great to have some of those. Margie Johnson always said it's great to have those smaller projects in your back pocket because sometimes it might not be in the next few years, but sometimes the legislature, someone would come to you and say, what can you do for 200,000? I can slip this into something. So it's really good to know kind of what's the priority at certain levels and just be ready to take advantage of unexpected opportunities. And then I also think we just don't, so much of this, you try to figure out what's going to be the top priority, and it's like, well, it depends. It depends on what funding notices come up, what other entities decide are their funding priorities, and so we've got to be ready to respond to that. I did just send out an email to Susan and to Sam and ask you guys to forward it to the rest of the council, and I apologize for not sending it sooner, but I saw a webinar a few months ago that they did with some folks from Sitka where they talked about creating an asset management system so that they've got almost like a database of their infrastructure, so buildings, plant, and vehicles, and looking at kind of for each asset, what is the expected lifespan? What's the replacement cost? What's the replacement schedule? What are some repair notes so that you could attach that to each of the systems? Because I feel like at least having some kind of a systematic list, whether that lives in an Excel spreadsheet or some other kind of database. Airtable is a good service online. Maybe there's regular municipal asset management databases that we could look at. I don't know. But I think that would help us too, because I wonder then if there might be some kind of scoring criteria, you know, which things you might filter by which things have a match, or which things you assign a point value to are the most important, or which things can you do with local money, or which things can you do with a local assessment district or a local improvement district. So anyway, just I for me, it would really help to have some kind of way of systematically capturing all this information and then being able to refer to it on a regular basis. Because it just seems like we ask staff to recreate a list every now and then, and we get lists in different formats, and now we've got a couple years worth of lists and our capital improvement list. So standardizing it somehow, coming up with ways to sort the data would be great. Coming up with ways to maybe, for some things, assign a point value just so that we have some way of ranking things. I know all that's not going to happen tonight, obviously, but when we talk about how can we help you, like I said, having a way to standardize this information, it seems like would be really useful. And I was thinking about, in terms of an asset management system, I know it's a lot of work to get that into a database. It seems like a great internship project for an engineering student or a planning student that could be under the supervision of the public works and the planning director. Maybe that's something to consider. Yeah, and so I guess in terms of what we do tonight, I mean, maybe it's just saying, like, do we agree that today this is the known universe of our infrastructure needs, and kind of what are the top, maybe we want the top 5 that are over 1 million and the top 5 that are under 1 million, something like that, some way to kind of begin to bring a little bit of focus to the list. Although again, even the ones that are over 1 million, I know it depends on kind of what funding opportunities come up in the next 1 to 3 years. Thank you.
We should just interrupt if you wanna, cause no, I think everybody's looking at each other. I usually look up there to see if your hand's up there, but since I've been talking so much, I didn't even notice your hand was up.
So I guess, Sam, I mean, it feels like a lot of times, you know, when we're talking about these projects, you know, we internally know a lot of which ones are the important ones and what needs to be handled. But, you know, we often don't know is how is the council willing to fund some of these projects? You know, I mean, we could go after loans for stuff, but is that something that obviously has to be voted on by the community? Is that something that the council wants us to do? And, you know, obviously grants is the optimal first choice, but oftentimes grants aren't available for the types of projects. And even if they are available, as we've seen with many applications, we put in year after year after year, and we don't get it. And so at what point, you know, what is the council willing to fund and how are they willing to fund it? And I think that would, you know, potentially help narrow down what projects we go after and when.
Yeah, and I think along the same lines that Kristen just brought up, an ability to make that determination for an asset management database, right? Because when I think about what's a priority, it's gonna be health and safety. You know, public health and safety, like food going where it needs to go, when toilets stop flushing, everybody starts getting pretty upset. So.
Well, or an ambulance, I can't run.
Or an ambulance that doesn't run, yeah, or a fire department that doesn't function appropriately.
Or
Or a fire
Cool.
department building that is making its occupants sick because it should have gone away years ago.
Right, so in order to make the determination on what's, I mean, then that's what an asset management database does, right? You have all these criteria, some things are weighted higher than others, and health and safety would be a very highly weighted thing.
You know, that wasn't in the budget.
What's that?
Asset management wasn't in the budget.
No.
And it's
Sure,
also,
sure, well,
you know,
this is a workshop, so we're just throwing ideas.
I know.
It's all brainstorming.
Going back to the finance side of it.
But I mean, honestly, to make an informed decision, because I mean, as Kevin's saying, so if you need to direct us, and we want to direct you the best way we can with what's the most important projects. And again, with the realization, some things would be easier to find. We had a conversation about wastewater treatment and funding for that isn't as easy to find as it is for other types of money. So.
Also Sherman?
Sure, so, when I was looking through all this for the work session, I was comparing your list with all the numbers, and it, you know, basically, we're just putting numbers to, we've already got our list, our capital improvements project, you know. So why don't we use that as our guideline? I mean, those are the things we said we wanted to do. And you've given us numbers and it's kind of prioritized. We could maybe work to get these, I mean, the wastewater is right on there. And we've all known that anyway, so maybe that's the guiding line for this strategic plan to update our strategic plan is. Use our CIP list and build in. All the data you already have compiled. And when we work through that, like how. You know, here's the back truck and the backhoe, we know the prices on those, so. I mean, we have kind of our million and over a million, under a million right here in front of us.
Can I chime in again?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say in response to Kevin's question, I think I don't remember exactly how you said, maybe what are we willing to pay or how are we willing to pay for it? And it seems like we have some options. And so, you know, if there's something that you all feel like is super important, I mean, maybe this is where we do scenario planning. We do scenario planning, like say we do a 10-year plan and one scenario is we don't count on grants at all. What do we do if we can't count on any grants? What do we do if we count on, I don't know, 20% of our funding or maybe we pick a certain dollar level that we think is not, you know, wildly unrealistic that we could get in grants. And what is the best of all possible worlds? And then given that, what do we need to look at? What do we need to think about in terms of local assessment district? What do we need to think about in terms of bonds? What do we need to think about our own revenues for match yeah, I mean, certainly permanent fund is the solution of last resort. But maybe we come up with over the span of the next 10 years, what are some different scenarios given these different possible combinations of funding and given our, you know, in terms of what you're prioritizing as the top big project needs, and give us some options so that we could talk about, like, do we want to go out for bonds again? What do we think is feasible? Or maybe you're proposing it, we say, oh gosh, you know, we really don't think we can do that. So, but it would help to have some different scenarios and some different combinations so that we could consider what we think is realistic. And like I said, I don't know what the best timeline is. I would think, yeah, at least 5, if not 10 years. So. Thank you.
That's your name, and this whole list, everything that stood out to me was wastewater treatment. That to me is something that no one wants to talk about, no one wants to put money to, but our whole community depends on it. And it's probably one of the biggest ticket items on your list. So what are our funding options for that? What is available to us as a city to fund that project? It sounds like grants are pretty difficult to find for this particular type of project.
So I think we have a few options. If the desire is for us to focus on determining what the funding sources are, that is it's a project, right?
Sure.
We could do our best to figure that out. I know we can get a clean water loan, which is a vote of the people. We could bond. We could look at the EPA, Development Public Works grant, which I believe is a 25% match. Those are the ones that I just happen to know about. We tried to get a planning grant, which included design, that didn't come through. Those are the only ones. We went through a scenario with Aggie Beck and we looked at a lot of different grant opportunities. And ended up trying to go for a design grant because the other ones, I mean, some of them were as much as a 50% match. So, I'm sure, you know, we could do what we tried to do with the harbor, you know, we could look at Denali to try to match some of those. We Yeah, I don't know, that's a tough one, if we wanted to,
But I mean, if we wanna just, if we're just talking specifically about the wastewater treatment, I mean, you know, we're talking $44 million.
Mhm.
We're not going to get a grant for $44 million to replace that, it's just, it's not realistic, there aren't grants out there for that specifically, we've searched, we've had a consultant search. And so, yeah, we might be able to get $1 million or 2 here or there for some planning, we haven't been able to yet, so who knows? So I guess that is really the question is, if that's the biggest piece of infrastructure and the most expensive piece of infrastructure on this list, how is the city willing to fund it? Because it's not gonna happen fully or even partially through grants.
well, I mean, I think, what about the rehab option? What is, we were gonna talk about that, you mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't wanna call it a Band-Aid, but the rehab option is basically just rebuilding what we have. And what we have isn't sufficient, you know, capacity wise, it isn't sufficient, I mean, it meets the regulations for treatment. But there are more efficient ways to do treatment, which would help with our operating costs. Both on the supply side and operation side, you know, when it comes to power and things like that. So yeah, I mean, the rehab cost basically just gives us what we have now in a slightly shinier format. Whereas the replacement option actually upgrades the equipment to be more efficient. Like I said,
Sets us up for the future.
it sets us up for the future, you know, G.V. Jones has done some not preliminary planning, but you know, some high level planning that. For this number, we could build a new plant that would have slightly increased capacity. But also be built in a way that in the future, if more capacity is needed, we could then upgrade it at that time to include more capacity as that need is coming. Because, you know, we don't see a huge capacity increase coming in the future. You know, our population is fairly level. And there isn't a lot of, you know, increased industry use that we see coming. The biggest issue that we have with capacity is when we have the large rain events and the infiltration that we get into the system. So, you know, while we do need to rebuild the plant, but we also do need to allow for future increases, because the one that we have now, we can't increase the capacity any further.
That, to me, I don't wanna say it's the backbone of our community, but I mean, if we're gonna break our backbone up, that stands out hugely. So, and again, looking at the cost. That's what I'd say, how do we fund this?
Yeah, I mean, so. Do you want me to bring you back something on how we might fund this?
I'm only one person here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the
Okay.
big priorities, absolutely.
When will the master plans be done for the wastewater water? Are they-
I don't have a firm date on that, sometime in the next few months. The item that we're working on currently, and that will probably be coming to talk to you more and doing some sort of presentation on the near future is the rate study. And I mean, part of that rate study is we do, you know, we'll have this tool where we can plug some of these projects in. And then show, you know, through different funding methods, how much are we going to have to increase rates to fund these different projects to different levels, and so. And that's kind of why I'm getting at this deeper question of how do we want to fund this, because without knowing how we want to fund this, that we don't know how this is going to affect rates. You know. The ratepayers themselves through the enterprise funds, I mean, we can't fund it fully through just rate increases, no one could afford it. And so that's where we have to determine where is that level of how much loan are we going to get? Because ultimately, we'll probably have to go through one of these clean water loans, which luckily they are very low percentage loans. And they typically have a forgivability aspect to them as well, so that's the really nice part of that. The unfortunate part is you don't know that information until you start getting into the process and actually negotiating those loan terms. But you know, that's the thing, is how much of a loan are we gonna take on? Will there be any supplemental funding from other sources? And that's the sort of things that we need to start figuring out. But to get back to your question, hopefully come talk to you about rates sometime in the next month or so, 2 months or so, and then the final completed product would follow a couple months after that. So beginning of summer-ish maybe, but I'll get you a firmer number next time I talk with Greg.
So I do know that, or they used to, I haven't been looking at clean water loan funds very much lately. But they used to have some design funding, so we might wanna check that out and maybe we start there. You get a design, even if you get to 35%, you get a grant application, they're like, oh, okay. You know, they know what they want, they have a 35% design, they got money in the game. Environmental is gonna be very, very different than what we had to deal with at the harbor. But it's still gonna be there, cause it will be federal funds at some point. So those are kinds of things that's another thing we could look at.
So as I look at that, I see sewer, water, public safety, roads. And that's. I know not everything on here. All of them have a long list, so. That's.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna throw this out. What about the pool? Because when the pool comes up, every kid in town's gotta learn how to swim. It's, you know, so where does that fall in the priorities? Because it is,
How critical is full replacement at this point?
We have a decade, right? So we set on the
on
line.
the liner, yeah, but the roof is leaking, you know. It costs a
The
ton
HVAC
of
system's barely keeping up
Yeah.
and it's inefficient. So we're
$100,000.
literally blowing money and energy out the roof.
Is the 11 million figure for everything? The roof, the building, ventilation, the pool itself? Or is that just the pool?
My understanding is that it's. Man, I'm not here. Is it's for like for me means, I interpret that to be
Building for building.
for everything that's underneath it.
And I
I'm-
can,
Say that again? I couldn't.
For where it says replace, it says replace 11 million like for like, I interpreted that to mean for everything that's underneath the list, but I can clarify with Sam.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Well,
You know,
I just-
we could, I don't know what the prospects are for in the future, but the USDA does have a community facilities program for this kind of thing. It's got to be, I can't remember what the criteria are, but I'm pretty sure a pool would meet the criteria. And they have low interest loans, which is better than us paying for it ourselves, even though there might be some financing. I could find out what that, what their funding picture looks like now and what they think the interest rate might be.
Okay. I do know that those require a lot of resources on the finance side and if they have some interesting rules, but yeah, it would be good to know and then also understand if the rules that are applied towards the public works side, which are things like you have to go out and get a loan, pay for it, and then they pay the loan off and then you do the refinance, then.
Right. So how does the funding mechanism work?
Yeah.
Councilor Sherman? Yes.
I'm a little off now where we just went on our track, but, I had two things, see if I can remember them. One was, I think we've all touched on public safety and health and safety and, so we kind of got the pool mentioned. But maybe at the next session, we could focus directly on public safety too and discuss that. I mean, I haven't just been hearing bits and pieces about some of the situation. I know that building was supposed to go away a long time ago and hasn't, so to me, that's a priority too, but I still think the wastewater sewer and the little bit of direction we've given was good. And I was gonna suggest too that with the side roads, for the Second Street project, council, you know, when we did Upper Davis, that was all assessment district. I think each one of us paid, each one of the landowners paid per lot. And that's how we got our sewer and water in up there. And electricity, I think, I mean, it was all, so the neighbors could pay for that, I think.
That's what that was, I thought that was always road.
I think it was-
Davis.
I think it was a little bit of everything,
It was more than that.
yeah,
Yeah, I did not research special assessment districts.
yeah, and I think it
enough,
was
and we
5 years.
Yeah, we just had the few that we've had
Mhm.
are very old, so
Yeah.
I did just read through.
But I
the
mean,
code.
that was
The
all
last
of
time
us
Second Street
agreeing
was
to do
done, I
that.
believe, was a special assessment district, and if I remember, that was in the eighties or the nineties.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
That was what I was trying to propose, trying to understand to propose for that corridor.
Kristen has her hand up.
Kristen,
Thanks. Yeah, I was just going to say for the public safety building, I know that the Native Village of EAC was trying to apply for funding for what they were calling a resilience center, like a place that would kind of be like a public safety building in case of emergency. If there was an earthquake or a tsunami or something like that, that would have kind of emergency safe zone facilities and power backup and things like that. And I wonder if it's worth talking to them about some kind of a partnership for some funding or to somehow be partners on rethinking our public safety building, especially since we're talking about putting it in a place that's next to the lot that they own. It doesn't seem out of the question, but that was just one possibility for defraying some of the costs of a new public safety facility, which, yeah, is a huge priority.
I think with some of the direction, we've talked about, how do we fund these, what's a priority? I think before council can decide how do we fund these, I at least need to know what our funding options are. And we've talked on some of it, some of these projects are gonna look a little different on funding options and opportunities.
So I guess, if I'm understanding correctly, you want funding opportunities for the public safety building, the wastewater, the water, the pool.
that's enough.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. My only caveat to the pool,
Specific for the water.
and I was gonna get that, my only caveat to the pool is there an opportunity that's on here to incorporate that with the high school?
There's another one that's on the list, where's that on the priorities, do we try to move forward with a Godarky pool recreation building somewhere? I
I
mean,
think of, as I drive by and see the users of that pool. School is a predominant user of the pool, that obviously shifts and changes, but.
it doesn't.
As we, well, and as we, especially it shifts a lot when it comes to the school, ice worm and high school. So,
The ice cream team is not associated with the school. They're their own team. Okay, so for. But we didn't say roads. So. Wastewater. Water and for water. We're just. Looking at everything within there, or are you?
what is your priority as you look at that list? What keeps you up at night? What's a thing that keeps you up at night?
Stacy Kempton. Just kidding.
There's a
After
couple,
this, probably.
there is a couple, they're probably the first three,
Yeah.
4.
And real quick, what, I guess I'm not familiar with what I hear more pack talked about a lot, what is more pack?
The Morpack tank is the tank across from the Copper River Seafoods, that is on the leased piece of property
You
that
can't
is.
see it, it's
Okay.
that little.
But then the access road,
Yeah.
I know where you're talking about.
I mean, it's a very old tank. When we did the upgrades with LT2, the engineers looked through it, at that point, they're like, yeah, it's time to get a new tank. It's a small tank in the world of tanks, it's like 60,000 gallons, we have a tank up on the hill that's 1.5 million gallons. It is our main, the Orca water hits that, goes down railroad or Yeah, railroad does the canneries and the leftover comes up and keeps that tank full, and that tank keeps that pressure, head pressure going, it's all gravity fed from Orca. So, I think the end goal there is a new tank and get it off that piece of property.
Okay.
And that's an expensive project.
Uh,
Can't even imagine what it would cost to ship a tank. I mean, it's gonna be in pieces, but I can't even imagine that, but yeah.
And do you anticipate the same hurdles as far as grants or anything like that for water supply and distribution as you see for water treatment?
Yes,
Yeah, water and wastewater are the two pieces of the infrastructure that seem to not have really any grants available. It's all seems to be loans. In one form or another.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, it's a great avenue to pursue.
You're saying they're fairly low interest rate, what kind of interest rates do they tend to come out at?
I think they used to be 1.5, I think they're up to 2 or 2.
Yeah, it's still tied to the prime rate, but at a reduced prime rate. And so, yeah, I think when we did LT2, I believe it was like 1.5% for that, but I think it is probably in the 2.5 now.
Well, the clean water, we got a clean water loan
Oh,
from
yeah,
Harbor,
that's the newest one, so.
and I think that's 2.5%.
Yeah.
Because the piling would hold creosote pilings out of water,
Right.
so that was a twist to get a clean one. That worked.
And we don't foresee the federal government pushing anything on us like LT2, which would cause there to be more money available. Quite the opposite, right?
I think not, yeah.
I think that's true.
The only thing I could see happening with the wastewater treatment plant, and I don't know if these violations. So we have a side treatment. Procedure for when we have high water. And it treats, so in the early 90s, late 80s. We put in this side treatment and DEC approved it, said the water that's moving through that and out into out into Orchid Inlet is treated. Well, now they're kind of like, I don't think we like that anymore. So they've been giving us,
They've been pointing it out at every inspection.
yeah, what do they call it?
It's not that it's a violation, but that it's,
They ding us, they give us a ding, but they call it, anyway. At some point, I do know that for at least the last 2 water inspections or wastewater inspections that I was involved in. They hadn't been answered. So you have to respond back. They tell you, you're doing all these things wrong. You fix all those things, we say we have a side water treatment, we are not bypassing, that's the word.
yeah,
We
they
are
all,
not bypassing, we are using the side treatment. At some point. Because they have not answered any of our responses back to at least the last 3 inspections. Something's gonna give. When they get there, they're gonna be like, oh, I mean, I don't know what they'll do. We put our foot down.
But there's potentially on that response, an opportunity to exploit that for funding. That,
Yes, if they mandate something, there's, it still may be a loan, but your forgiveness goes way up. Okay, so I got wastewater, water, first floor, the pool. Public safety, and then streets.
for streets, I see a lot of that going back to, improvement districts. Looking at that. That's an option. Everyone's gonna use the wastewater treatment. Majority of our community will use the wastewater.
Well, if they go to the bathroom anywhere in the town, there's a sewer, they're using it, if it's not at their house.
Councilor Jones?
So I guess while we're on the subject of the Moorpack tanks a second ago, I was thinking about it and I just saw Clay walk in. On our agenda for later, we were talking about,
Can you speak
potential,
closer to the mic, Ken?
sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So we were just talking about the replacement of the Moorpack tank and how there's not very many opportunities for water infrastructure grant dollars. I'm just curious, is there a way that we can eliminate the need for that tank by moving forward with the Crater Lake Water Project?
So it wouldn't eliminate the need for it. We're still gonna need some sort of storage capacity and also that head pressure that it provides. But I mean, there is potential to piggyback off the Crater Lake project to get that replacement off of that property as part of that. But again, it comes down to timing, how long is that project gonna take, how secure is that funding, and, you know, is that gonna be a timeline that's passed when wish I would have grabbed that number for tonight, but I will for the next meeting is, you know, when does that lease up? Because when that lease is up, we're gonna have to negotiate new terms if we're not off that land. Because right now, I don't believe we're paying anything because we've already paid up front with the gravel or whatever was done back in the day. But going forward after this lease is up, there's gonna have to be some sort of compensation, so. It comes down to a timing thing and then also just an engineering thing, because we would still need to look at, could we even move a bigger tank near Orca and would it still provide the same head pressure benefit, or does it need to be somewhere in that general location? So there's still some things we need to figure out with that one specifically.
Yeah, I remember, when we were talking about it last time, there was, a tank and a pump and repumping from another watershed, pumping it back up. There's, quite a few different ideas thrown around with that, and so I wasn't sure if we're having pumps, and if it's an electric project, maybe there's some sort of a incentive rate that we can negotiate with the utility to where we could eliminate the need for the tank for head pressure, we could just have a pump and get free electricity for it or something like that, I don't know. So I just wanted to bring that up, that if we're looking at needing water improvements, that's something that's kind of right in front of us right now that maybe we could get behind, and it's on our agenda tonight, so thanks.
Just a little clarification on storage, so that tank stores treated water, that's the difference between what's stored in Crater Lake. And just so people understand that, so that's treated and it's just going, and the treatment time that comes is required happens from Orca treatment plant to the first place it hits to give treated water. Where in some places, like up at Meals, that's a CT tank where the treatment, the sit time, it has to sit there a certain amount of time. But that's why there isn't one at Orca, because it's a big enough pipe and it's a long enough run that it can be treated within. Which is why Orca works as a transfer and then increases head pressure back down. Just so,
Okay.
the big difference between Crater Lake and the tank, when it's called storage.
You think you got enough direction for tonight?
Yeah, I was just
Busy
thinking of
fella.
my council movie.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can continue talking about this as we talk about funding down the road, but if we are talking about the local improvement districts, I guess. The question is how do you want us to initiate those? Because there is oftentimes where we have, don't wanna call them, problem areas, but where we have consistent concerns and issues where there is drainage problems or there's icing problems and things like that, and people come in and, we tell them, we'll have our guys go out and deal with it the best we can, but until we actually do the improvements, this is going to be a consistent problem. And is that something that, we talk to those people and say, talk to your neighbors and come to the council and request a local improvement district, I guess. How do you see us using the local improvement districts and initiating that process? Is it something that we just identify and we know this is an area, and then we reach out to those and neighbors and we have a meeting with, bring them in for a public meeting or something, I don't know how we see moving forward with that sort of stuff, and again, maybe we don't need to answer it now, but something to think about is how do we initiate those, or do we direct people to come to you to ask to initiate those and things like that?
When was the last time we had one?
Again, I think it was Second Street, unless it was Davis said earlier.
No, Upper Davis was after that.
Yeah,
And then
Davis was
There's
96.
Copper River Highway has one that people are actually, I don't think anybody's left paying for them, but any new lots
On Woodland
get built
Highlands.
on will, incur that one. Yeah, they can be citizen initiated
Or
or
city
council
initiated.
initiated.
Yeah, it's been at least 15 years, cause there has not been one since I've
Not
been on
long.
staff.
Longer, before I
Okay,
before I
so
started, so.
The 90.
25 years.
I just heard 96.
96. It would be interesting, just to prioritize you're talking about specific areas, and if you had a priority, not that I think council should give all the detailed direction, but it'd be interesting to maybe help you sort through that and then discuss, potential ways to move forward with the public.
I mean, I feel like we would definitely bring a prioritized list of streets.
Yeah.
because-
Yeah,
I mean, I can just, from the time I've been here, and I assume Sam would back this up, the main ones that we get people coming in about is 7th Street and 8th Street. Those are the two ones that we get consistent, not issues, but there's problems with those streets. And really, the only way to fix those problems is by doing true improvements to them. And every year they come in and we try to stay on top of them. And it's not that we're ignoring them, it's just that, we live on the street and the same thing happens every year. And so you come let us know and we do our best to do what we can, but until we actually do something about it, it's just, we're out there just pushing dirt around pretty much.
but again, that's what with Upper Davis, we made those improvements in the road, then we were able to get it chip sealed, we have fewer problems now. As far as I'm concerned, then, same thing, there's the same elevations all around in there, so. And it was painless. Cost a little money, but I didn't mind putting into it, so.
But then that would usually be bonded, right, by the city to cover the cost up front, because people don't pay huge amounts up front. They pay over 10 or 15 years, small amounts.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that
So
comes
I
back
think
to the
it's
cash, that
fine.
comes to the cash flow thing is
Yeah.
how do we pay that up front, and then have it paid back through a local improvement district? Yeah.
Ours was 5 years and we paid every year. Property tax time, I can't tell you the amount right now, but it was a chunk of change.
Yeah.
For all the property owners. We paid per lot.
Yeah, it's usually broken up by the linear frontage that you have along the street.
But yeah, I guess the question is, what does it come, if it's $1 million project? Is that a loan from the permanent fund, is that we budget it into, and then it goes back into the general fund? How are we gonna pay that upfront cost? And it would be more, engineering, contract. And Adams Street was $1 million, just under $1 million in 16 or 17, so it's pretty nice.
Okay, so we good with that?
So at pending agenda of the regular, we'll discuss.
Next time.
Next time. But wait, there's more.
Okay. Our time being up, we will adjourn the work session. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Should I just use the same link, Susan, for the,
Yes, just stay on, please.
okay, thanks.
You guys rolling right into the public hearing?
What's that?
Rolling right into public hearing.
Yeah, we're just calling them one thing, one big mishmash.
It says you're really good at it. What? Notificating is here for it.
I doubt it.
Public hearing. No, is that a wedding? I don't know. I'm sure he's happy.
Mark's not gonna be calling.
We don't do all into public comment.
Yeah.
Ready? You good?
Yes.
We will call the city council public hearing of February 19th, 2023 at 6:45 to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Allison,
Here.
Tom Baylor,
Here.
Kathy Sherman. Here. Casey Kinsman,
Here.
Wendy Rainey. Here. Dave Zastro,
Here.
Kristen Smith,
Here,
Ken Jones.
Here.
That is all of them.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing on ordinance 1227 and 1228, which are edits to our sales tax code, changing the uh, definitions to hit the cap to per invoice, and 1228 is to have the exemption cards for construction projects. Anybody want to comment on either of those two ordinances? This is our public hearing, and we will vote our second and final reading tonight. Anybody? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, we will recess the public hearing for 10 minutes. We'll come back.
We're gonna have that door, Susan.
Yeah.
I have a sign on it, the kids being kind of loud, but if that isn't happening anymore, I'll open it up. Oh, another Nanda.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not gonna be able to read this before the meeting.
No, it's just.
Council members on
Hoping you got to sleep
Zoom.
tonight.
Blaze giving a handout, and he also emailed it, I emailed it to everyone. And audience, like, yeah. It looks like, Chancellor Jones.
Yeah.
Monday.
Zoom. Yeah, no, they're doing it by Zoom. You said it's gonna be posted on their website and on their Facebook page and. But yeah, was it Monday at 6?
Yes.
So she was thinking it's after. Just the council in there. School board's doing their own, I think they're doing theirs.
The next day.
Yep, I mean.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to help come up with those.
Oh, yeah. But to be honest, for the last week and a half, yeah, can't say away yet, no.
I've marked everything I'll do.
The thing, grocery list for Peter Ranch. But here's the details.
Do you have grandchildren?
We just about 4 days. So, 2 days, 2 nights, 1 left. But it was like, our hair was like, that's. No, that's. We finally. found a woman. Oh, good.
And now she goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
sure like seeing people.
Said I do like to use them.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
She just. She made the right. It's there, but. She just sees it. Yeah. Just now.
Come back in and see. Good on the recorder. Okay, we'll call public hearing back in order. This is the public hearing on ordinance 1227 and 1228 regarding sales taxes. Anybody last chance to comment? Hearing none, we will adjourn the public hearing. our regular meeting in a couple minutes here.
Okay. So they do something. Yes. I sent it, I just sent it.
That one, in 3 minutes. Okay.
Probably a few on my desk, if you need more. You were just going to.
Yeah.
Poach, I see. Yep. Seven?
Yep. Okay, we'll call the regular city council meeting February 19th, 2025 at 7 p.m. to order. Please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Mayor Allison,
Here.
Tom Baylor,
Here.
Kathy Sherman. Here. Casey Kinsman,
Here.
Wendy Rainey. Here. Dave Zastro,
Here.
Kristen Smith,
Here.
Ken Jones.
Here.
That is all, council.
Any objection to the regular agenda? Hearing none, then the regular agenda will be approved. Disclosures of conflicts of interest and ex parte communication. Anybody? Okay, communication by and petitions from visitors. We have no guest speakers. Audience comments regarding agenda items. State your name and address. What the comment is about.
Mayor Ellison, City Council, my name is Clay Copeland, here representing Cordova Electric Cooperative as their CEO. My residence is 100 Jensen Lane, 6.5 mile Cordova, Alaska. And I'm here to speak in favor of agenda item number 19, resolution 02-25-03. So I've had a few, I know there's some information in the packet, but I've had a few follow-up questions from council on Crater Lake and want to provide additional information and context regarding the Crater Lake Water and Power Project. It's important to understand that project and the opportunity we might miss if we don't apply for available funding now. That deadline's February 27th. As we work through any real or perceived concerns with the projects over the coming months. I would like to point out Councilman Rainey has personal safety concerns to her business in person, so that poses a conflict of interest as a councilman. That should be declared and then she could testify as a citizen. You'll remember when I was mayor, anytime a Cordova Electric issue came up, including Crater Lake, I'd pass the gavel and testify as a person, so there's no question that I'm representing, CEC or my personal interest instead of council's. Life safety facts, this is important. Crater Lake forms ice dams periodically. So the last significant event was in the 1980s, and it caused catastrophic damage to the access road and threatened the bunkhouse that was there with an estimated damage of $1 million. I want to emphasize that the Crater Lake project does not introduce a life safety hazard, it mitigates one. I've included pictures of the Blue Lake Dam in Sitka and a comparison sketch of Crater Lake in here for reference. And of course, these aren't both to scale. Sitka Lake is hundreds of feet wide, 700 feet tall. That sketch of Crater Lake shows kind of a low dam option, a high dam option around 20 feet and 30 feet, so for reference. There's been concerns about how the project would impact the viewshed and the recreational value of Crater Lake and the surrounding area. I just point out dam aesthetics, habitats, trails, recreational opportunities will all be pursued during community planning, and those have all been discussed in the past as well. Environmental facts, Crater Lake Water and Power is part of an effort on CEC's part to take this to nearly 100% hydro for power generation to offset diesel that's shipped in and burned in Cordova at our ratepayers' expense. For the city side, Crater Lake Water and Power would replace existing aged water infrastructure nearing failure, or water ratepayers will likely have to bear that cost for those projects. You were mentioning some of these earlier, but the Orca catchment out at Crater is past life. Orca water treatment site, that equipment could be relocated into a city power plant off of private property onto city property. That more pack of the Copper River water tank is nearing end of life. And we can include the cost of that tank, as Sam pointed out, that's treated water, not untreated. We can include that in the grant application so that the city infrastructure is included in this grant application. And it moves the community from hundreds of thousands of gallons of water storage to hundreds of millions of gallons in Crater Lake. So in summary, I encourage the city to acknowledge the conflict of interest for Councilman Rainey to vote in favor of the resolution so that we don't deprive the community of this opportunity. There's many paths to know that this grant is not going to be the deadline for the concept letters, February 27th. So thank you for this opportunity to testify. This decision is of large impact to the community. It merits additional questions or discussions either now or when you deliberate over the resolution, and I'll be here for the whole meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure, Mayor.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate or okay if Clay has opportunity to come back up after the rest of guest speakers to address any questions? If you're available.
Thank you. Any other comments on agenda items?
Jillian Gold, PO Box 231, Cordova. Firstly, thank you to all of you for the time and energy that you invest into our city. I'm one of the 3 recently resigned librarians, and I'll be commenting on agenda item number 24. Thank you, Councilmember Carpenter, for putting forward the initiative for discussion related to recent issues involving the library and its management. I encourage all council members in your executive session to push for clear answers to your questions. One response that coworkers have heard from management is, "We're looking forward." To me, this is a professional way of saying, "We're not going to discuss this." Over and over, we as personnel have been met with an unwillingness from management for discussion. Even with union representation urging management to give us any sort of response, management has elected to ignore us. It is impossible for me to accept management's stance that our resignations were beyond its control. When a series of concerns voiced are met without response from department head, human resources director, and city manager all, who do we as personnel have left to turn to? True, personnel have the union. Also true that the CBA is written heavily in management's favor. Aside from a blatant violation of the agreement's language, the union cannot do much to offer personnel protections. The union can encourage management to an approach it feels is productive, but ultimately, management is within its right to conduct itself how it chooses. It surprised me that the city council had heard about there being personnel issues in the library department only after our public resignations. It also surprised me when the library board was advised by the city not to speak with involved personnel in the time leading up to their own executive session with management. At a meeting at which the city had a lawyer for representation, our representation, the library board, did not even have firsthand accounts from the department members involved. And it is all part of an unbalanced dynamic in which the city holds the power and creates the narrative. I'd like to support Councilmember Sherman's closing comments from last meeting with urging the city to revisit Title IV and to reinstitute a personnel board. If you at all value employee retention, this is a necessary step. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments regarding agenda items?
My name's Jeremiah Beckett. I live at 317 First Street, Cordova. I grew up here and live here now. I came to make a few comments. First, I wanted to say thank you for the infrastructure planning session. It was real insightful to hear some of your priorities and how you're going about potentially moving those forward and seeking funding. So it's good to see we're looking long term. I want to talk on agenda item K-12 relating to the mayor's email. I'm really concerned about the abuse of power and the lack of censoring from the city on this topic. That email was sent to the school district clearly from the mayor's account. It was interpreted by the school and the city newspaper as direct communications from the city. The mayor tried to defend that position and said it wasn't. And I don't know if it's abuse of power and competence because some people might be mentally challenged, as he put in his letter. But it was clearly an abuse and a violation of your technology policy. And I'm also under the understanding it's not the first time that's occurred. So I have concerns about that, as well as the blatant disregard for city, state, and federal laws regarding business licenses and sales tax. The mayor runs an unlicensed business, doesn't pay local or federal taxes, which is basically stealing from our community, and some might say tax evasion as well. So I'd like to pose a question for the council. At what point do we remove public officials from misrepresenting our community and breaking the law? So it's something to think about. And then regarding item L19 for the CEC city resolution, fully support our community seeking grants and funding for infrastructure projects. I think it's a great idea. I do think it has been not fully communicated on exactly what they're asking. I think the letter that was impromptu brought today kind of clarifies they are asking for a co-application with the city. The deadline in February is for a 7-page concept proposal. And based on that proposal, the Department of Energy will determine who they want to go forward with an application. Given the city council had asked for more information before they would support it formally, I would urge you to continue with that request and not let the mayor push an agenda item on you for personal reasons. I do think you should take a closer look at that program. It's actually an 80% grant, not 80-90. And it does have very specific requirements. So if you're going in as a co-applicant, you might be committing the city to certain funding requirements. And I don't think that's been transparent for you. The CDC board's approved seeking of funding, but has denied the Crater Lake project several times. And I realize he's here tonight representing that, but there's a reason this project has never moved forward, and it's more than what is being perceived for. So I recommend the city consider a letter of support, which is a normal activity to do for a grant application, and not a resolution that might commit you to further action in the future. And finally, the city has considerably failed me on a personal level related to the travel incident scandal, and you have serious personnel and budget issues. I ask that you not fail the entire community related to the abuse of power and fraud by elected officials. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else comments on agenda items?
Hello.
Kathy Renfeld here. I'm here representing Cordova Chamber of Commerce, but I'm also a local resident at 308 Railroad Road. I'm here today to share some comments about agenda item number 20, council action on disposal and method of disposal of lots 3 and 4, block 8 original town site, Chamber of Commerce lease. To express our strong interest in renewing our lease, share some figures on the value of the partnership between the chamber and the city, and provide some exciting updates. So at the Chamber of Commerce, we're really proud of the strong and lasting partnership that we've had with the city of Cordova. I can give lots of examples, you know, our Shop Cordova First campaign, the city was a really strong partner in helping us launch that many years ago, and it persists today as a really valuable way to encourage people to shop locally. We've continued to move that forward recently with the new Shop Cordova First card, which is a local only digital gift card that people can and entities can purchase to ensure that their gifts may continue to circulate in the local economy. Way back when in the COVID times, the chamber was able to step in and help the city a lot on the emergency management team as information officer, and to help distribute COVID-19 relief funds through the Cordova Cash Card program, and encourage folks to follow the guidelines through the Cordova Cares Bucks. So these collaborations really clearly deliver benefits for not just the city and not just the chamber, but the community as well. It's been a really beneficial partnership. And we are, you know, as the city's designated destination marketing organization, we're happy and proud to work with the community to have created a strategy for smart tourism development that we're continuing to move forward with many partners locally. And this fosters responsible growth without adding to the city's workload. And we also are happy to help businesses navigate city requirements like securing business licenses and making sure that they file all the forms that they need to file with the city to get set up properly as a business. And we also enjoy partnering with the city to promote the Cordova Center as a premier meeting venue and bring in meeting and conferences, attendees, and other visitors throughout the year through all of our festivals and events, and our destination marketing efforts that add a lot of vitality to the community and foster better quality of life. That makes people want to stay here and maintain their residence here, their kids in the school district, support the community not only through sales tax, but through their property tax. And we're also happy to try to encourage civic engagement. We've hosted transportation roundtables, a lot of discussions during the pandemic to help people work through those things, city election candidate forums, things like that. And despite the sharp cut in funding the chamber, we've really continued to prioritize the relationship that we have with the city and the ways that we can support and help drive sales tax revenue for the city, increase the local shopping. And one example of something that we have coming up is a Cordova candidate forum. Next week, we will be partnering with the Cordova Times and Cordova Radio to host a virtual candidate forum for mayoral and city council candidates. We're hoping that will increase civic engagement and help people connect with the candidates and help them make smart choices that they feel good about, so that they are happy to vote and support our community officials. And we're also going to be, another exciting update is we're going to be offering Cordova's first business accelerator program here in Cordova this March and April. And that's going to be an 8-week program, and we're partnering with the University of Alaska Fairbanks, Center ICE, to put on that event. And we have other local partners that are helping to support that as well. And then we're also going to be working with a lot of those same partners to put on a startup weekend in Cordova as well in May, to help new businesses and entrepreneurs. Throughout the weekend's time, we're going to be bringing in a lot of experts from around the state to really plug in to these ideas and help people hopefully by the end of the weekend have everything they need to start a new business in Cordova that they're excited about. And, you know, with sales tax being the largest revenue source for the city of Cordova, the chamber, you know, we are one of your most effective and best tools to try to increase that number. And like I said, we're happy to support that effort I know some of you guys are numbers folks, so I wanted to provide some figures to help you, see some of the impact that the chamber gives directly into the city's budget. So sales tax, in 2024 alone, the chamber, we produced several events and festivals. But just the Shorebird and Fungus festivals alone generated $250,000 in direct economic impact. And from that, you can calculate $17,500 in city sales tax that was created and put into the city's budget based on the efforts of the chamber to facilitate those events for the community. And we also, through the expedition cruise ships that we brought in, there's a 2019 Juneau Small Cruise Market study that indicates that passengers of these types of small scale ships, they spend an average of $162 in port. And so with the amount of visitors that we had in 2024, that equates to $22,000 that's brought into the city budget in sales tax revenue from the $314,000 that they would have spent while they were here. And this is, that could even be, that might seem like a lot, but anecdotal evidence supports this. There's at least one local retailer that I've talked to that said, quote, each week the cruise ship came in with 36 passengers and I bet 30 of them came into the store and shopped and 15 to 20 of them bought something. And these are items that range in value from $40 to $300 a piece. And that boat came in 14 times. So you can see how those numbers really add up. And then there's meeting and conference outreach. According to the economic impacts of conferences and meetings for Juneau 2018, it estimated that between direct spending by meeting attendees and the spending by organizations, the meeting and conference attendees generated an average of $522 per person per day in local spending. And so with the 3 conferences that we're currently recruiting and supporting coming in 2025, that's, we're estimating about 300 additional attendees. That would equate to $156,636 in local spending or $10,965 in sales tax revenue. And then there's the accommodation and sales tax. The 2025 budget estimates $225,000 of accommodation tax revenue and $20,000 of vehicle rental tax, and that aligns with about what you brought in 2024. So I don't think that's too high of an estimate. And if you, conservatively estimate that the chamber is only responsible for even 50% of that, through all of the destination marketing events and meeting conference and economic development, then that's $122,500 right there. That adds up to almost $175,000 in city revenues that we can, quantify and directly show are benefits of the chamber operating and functioning at the level that it has been. And then there's all of these other benefits that we add that are harder to put numbers around. I won't dig in too deep around that, but the small business healthcare that we provide to businesses that allow them to keep operating, the work that we're doing with such strong partners to do workforce development and childcare development in the community, those are essential for our community to be strong and healthy and grow and maintain our population. The economic diversification efforts that we're doing with partners to try to grow industries that are complementary to commercial fishing, like mariculture and coastal tourism, and the quality of life that we try to bake into everything that we do to, help this community stay vibrant and strong. We are a nonprofit organization, but we're not a 501c3 nonprofit. So I just wanted to clear up that we are not eligible for most grants. And this 501c6 designation that chambers are supposed to have, that's so that they can better advocate for businesses and the community. 501c3s have a lot of limitations on the advocacy that they can do. And so with the arrangement that we have with the city where we provide destination marketing and visitor center services for the city, and then the city provides to us annual funding and in-kind support, that's a really clear designation that kind of sets us apart from other nonprofits in the community. And then you have all of those numbers that I just shared with you about how we are happy to contribute to the bottom line of the city. And so this partnership is not just valuable, but it's essential. And when the city and the chamber, when we work hand in hand, the whole community wins. And so I want to keep building on that success together with the city in 2025. The city's 2025 budget The in-kind line item to the chamber remains the same from 2024 to 2025. So since it is allocated in the budget for you to continue supporting the chamber through this lease, and so I hope that we can move forward. Moving out of that building would be very disruptive to the work that we're doing. It would, and on top of the $40,000 cut that we already took this year, it could be a death blow. So I really hope that there is an opportunity for the city to negotiate directly with the chamber for renewal of our lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah. Anybody else comments on agenda items?
Good evening, James Cash, 824 Woodland Drive. I here would also like to speak to the agenda item 20 on the renewal of the lease for the chamber. One thing that happens when you have a volunteer elected officials with you have a lot of turnover and institutional knowledge gets lost. We put in place a long time ago the accommodations tax, the bed tax and the car rental tax, and we use that as a gauge for the chamber. When I was sitting in your chairs, it was around $50,000 is what we got for the accommodations tax. And a lot of those numbers we correlated directly to the chamber, and we worked with the chamber to increase those numbers to the numbers that you see today. So I would encourage you to keep the lease they have with the chamber. Don't cut the legs out of the one entity in this town that is actively trying to increase the economy and the economic base of this town. But they're doing a good job. We actually had intended a long time ago to split the accommodations tax with the chambers. And it was a performance gauge. Hey, you do good, look what can happen. And now, obviously that's not what's happening, but that's what happens when you have institutional knowledge and go away and turnover in these seats. But that's really kind of how that stuff came to be. So please don't forget how things are put in place. Don't cut the legs out from the chamber. It's very important to this community and the growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Anybody else?
Use all of my thoughts. My name is Brooke Mallory. I'm here on behalf of the Native Village VIAC as the Tribal Council Chair. My residence is 1027 Whiteshed Road. I'm here to speak on new business item 21. To advocate for council to take the planning commission's recommendation for direct negotiations on the disposal of portion of tract B terminal ground B subdivision. Essentially, it's the area between the graveyard and Eagle on the highway. For years, the Native Village VIAC has been looking to replace our aging clinic. I think many in this community have been in that building and can attest to the fact that it's not in great shape. It's not the long-term plan for a clinic facility that provides healthcare services to a lot of our community members. When looking at the available lots within town, there are limited areas that a healthcare facility could go. And, you know, even as once was discussed about putting it next to the hospital without asking to take most of Paul's Hendricks Park, that wasn't going to be a solution. And I don't think Cordova community members would like that as a solution. So what we're proposing is to negotiate for this piece of land that many in Cordova probably couldn't or don't want to work on to be usable. There's a lot of rock work that would need to be done. Currently, MDE has Shepherd Point going on, and for the next 6 months, we have blasters in town working on that road. And we're looking at possibly trying to use them to do the rock work in this area as well. Additionally, we own land at 6.5 Mile that previously we hadn't developed for a housing project because of the cost of rock. And so pairing these types of activities together, we can work on solutions that I think Cordova citizens and the council can attest that are things we're wanting to solve. This project, building a clinic, has nothing to do with the quarterly negotiations, meetings that the Alonga Community Health Board and the CCMC Health Board have been talking about the hospital and the long-term plan for community healthcare. In the native village of Eak's mind, those are two completely separate things. We know we need to have a clinic. We also know that we are talking with the city regarding the hospital, but they're not the same. And I will be here in case there's questions when this comes up or throughout the day. But I would please, I guess, and one last thing, just to make sure those listening on the record, it is in the documentation. NVE does pay property tax, so it's not like we'd be giving it to a nonprofit. I only see this as a benefit to the community. Not going out to RFP would allow us to possibly use the blasters in town. It would quicken that process. And NVE does have a history of completing projects once we say that we're going to do them. So, yeah.
Thanks, Brooke. Anybody else? Going once?
Hi, good evening, council. My name is Cale Hirschlip. I live at 400 Council Avenue. I was asked by Mike Mickelson to give a comment about ordinance, or item number 1, the maximum tax cap. His comments were that the revisiting the tax cap and making it so that invoices rather than single items can reach that threshold. It's going to support local businesses. His specific example was when a fisherman needs to buy a new engine for their boat, they go to Cordova Outboard and buy that engine. All the additional items, in addition to the engine, all the install and everything creates, jobs and money for town. Whereas if that goes away, or I guess it stays the way the new language is, fishermen might be more likely to buy engines from out of town, and that money might go elsewhere. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Twice. Okay, we'll move along then to chairpersons, representatives, boards and commissions. Is anybody from the hospital board here? Anybody from the school board? Anybody, other boards I'm missing? Okay, yeah, they can come on up. We got, you on the agenda for Swim Sound RCAC highlights from the board meeting in January.
Good evening. Dave Janka, Box 1241 Cordova. Represent the city of Cordova on the Prince William Sound Regional Citizens Advisory Council's Board of Directors. Just had our winter board meeting in Anchorage, January 23rd to 24th. Highlights of that meeting were in your packet, and I picked up some other information they produce. Very informative, should answer a lot of, if you have any questions. It was a very good meeting, good updates from Alyeska serves and shippers. They're moving along with addressing some of that Billy Guard report on the problems at the terminal. They're continuing with that, closed out some of it, but they're working quite well with it. The meeting had one of the highest attendance by our ex officio members. So we've got about 20 members on the board that are from the impacted area. Those are our member entities, including Cordova, but then there are also ex officio members, Department of Environmental Conservation, Bureau of Land Management, Department of the Interior, Homeland Security, DNR, Oil Spill Recovery Institute, NOAA, Coast Guard, EPA. We also have a ex officio seat for ADF&G and US Forest Service, but we rarely ever have anybody interested in attending and getting involved. I also, during those, after that weekend, there was the Alaska Marine Science Symposium in Anchorage, and I attended that with a little help from RCAC. I do have a report I submitted to RCAC on attendance and some of the highlights and the posters and information. It's an amazing events. It's on their 34th year of that. I think I've attended 32 of them. A lot of staff updates on the vessels of opportunity issue that the Coast Guard has right now. They're pretty much wanting to come down on these uninspected vessels, towing these mini barges, that they have to be inspected vessels and they have to be all licensed. Big deal, and it's all over the country. It's a big deal, and it's all the way with our congressional delegations supporting getting some kind of a compromise wording with that. Still following through and trying to get these buoys at the Hinchinbrook entrance working properly, and the ones on either side of the entrance, Cape Suckling and Cape Clear, to be able to, they've been down so much, it's just unbelievable. Right now, the push is to get some extra funding to that department, of NOAA with the buoys, but gonna see how that goes. Getting a new Anchorage office, following contingency plans, and with the future of the increased production on the North Slope, we're gonna have an increase of foreign flag tankers taking oil from Valdez overseas. The first one of those operators has submitted their tanker contingency plan application to Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation. It's the first time I think a foreign shipper has actually asked for their own contingency plan, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that moves along. And just recently, this week, I attended, there was a Zoom meeting. There's a system within a spill response strategy. It's called a GRS, a Geographic Response Strategies, and they're interior, they're all along the coast, all along the country, and they're finally all on different languages, and they're all kind of coming together and really coming together on that, and you picking important places, wherever it might be, salmon, businesses, cultural sites, and you develop a specific plan for those areas. You're gonna get maps, aerial photographs, sketches, notes, what you should bring if there was a spill coming that way. The one area for us that's never had one is the Copper River Delta and the flats. So this is the start of a program to look at what could be possible. Very challenging location, definitely. So we'll probably see the work group that was just formed come to Cordova for a workshop, hopefully sooner than later. Their original schedule had them coming after decisions was made. I had to say, needs to be before that. RCAC did get their recertification with the Coast Guard the past couple of weeks. This year was a streamlined procedure, so it went pretty smooth. The next process will be the full application. That's when I'll come and ask for letters of support from you to the Coast Guard to support that. Our next meeting is May 1st and 2nd in Valdez, and looking forward to the September meeting, September 18th and 19th, because it'll be here in Cordova. So we hope we can get a nice reception. They usually try to get a reception of some sort together. And besides the 20 member board, there's about, I think, 17 staff members. And then you have probably a dozen ex officio members come and attend as well, plus hopefully public. All meetings are always open to the public. And if there are any questions, I'll try.
Any questions for Dave?
Always feel free to think about, and the listening audience, we have 5 volunteer committees on different subjects, or looking for folks who might be interested in going with some of those committees.
And thank you, Dave, for
Thank you
your
very much.
service there. Appreciate the reports. Okay, we don't have a student council report, did council wish to invite Clay back up? Questions, that what you were asking for? Or-
I want to see if there's any, I think we could probably bring them up, when we talk about it.
On the agenda item? Okay. We can wait for the agenda item to play.
Okay. Perfect.
That way we're focused on it. Okay, the consent calendar is before you.
Okay, on the consent calendar, Dave Zastro,
Yes.
Kathy Sherman,
Yes.
Ken Jones,
Yes.
Tom Baylor,
Yes.
Casey Kinsman,
Yes.
Wendy Brainy,
Yes.
Kristen Smith.
Yes.
Consent calendar is approved.
Okay, minutes for the consent calendar, we have no bids or contracts. Brings us down to reports of officers. Mayor's report, I have two items, that, I thought of both of them after, well, actually, Tom Carpenter's, seat on the Board of Fish is expiring, and he is asking to be re-upped to that. They need, the governor needs letters within 2 weeks. From the time I got the notice, which was last Friday or something like that, so. It's okay with council, I would write a letter support for reappointing Tom Carpenter to that, and I think he would accept, you know, as many letters as people want to write. I'm sure that Tom is already working with CDFU and the other fishing organizations. He's a valuable asset to have on that the Board of Fish. And then it's also time for evaluations of the clerk and the manager. And I will try to get those out to you by Friday. If we could have those back Monday, what's that Monday before our next meeting? Third? Second?
Yes,
Third.
third.
If I get those back by then we can, we should all still be the same. The election will be done, but by the time we do our meeting, we will still all be the same, and we get it on the agenda for that. Oh, with that, I don't have anything further. If there's any questions? Okay, manager's report.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
thank you. I wanted to ask if you would consider writing a letter to our delegation about the essential air service. That program is in the crosshairs of Project 2025, and it's being considered for cuts. I think I was reading through the minutes and I thought, wow, Councilmember Jones, it was an ironic little bit of foreshadowing where he said he would dread the day that this ever gets pulled. But I think it wouldn't be bad to write, what's the word? A good defense is, a good offense is the best. I can't remember the term. I'm going to mangle it. But I think we should get out in front of it. And I think we should send a letter to our delegation and talk about how critical it is. I know that the Alaska Municipal League is making people aware of it too. So I think it'd be, yeah,
No
thank you.
objection. Council.
No, please do.
Okay, manager's report then.
Okay, so we got invited to submit an application for the Denali grant, thanks to Kevin, who, to the Denali Commission for a match grant for Second Street. It's up to $1 million. We're going for $1 million. So we will get that in, and hopefully with that would be awesome. We are also looking at the community block grant where we don't qualify as the city, the hospital does qualify for renovation work. And so Kevin, I and Anna will be working on that. As Brooke mentioned, we continue to work with the Health Services Board on talking about the hospital and how we can, all the different ways that we potentially could make that work. And keep them solvent, how they have the things that we don't have access to, and the merger and the purchases or whatever, we're just trying to move through that stuff. I think it's been pretty good communication between the two boards, and last time some of the tribal members were also present, so, or there were tribal members, but also tribal council is what I meant to say. Also, I'm putting in, I have an email into the Murkowski staff, because last year we put the bear fence in for the ask, because it was the last minute thing, we didn't know it had happened. But this year I'd like to put the sewer, even a design, ask. But I wanna make sure that we don't need to put the bear fence back in too. So, also taxes, I need to get permission from the students, I guess, to have access to it. I've tried to get in there and. So I'll be working on that, to get all our projects in there. Oh, we've been working with fire and EMS, we've been having conversations still about, roles and responsibilities, volunteer free, city, we have interviewed candidate we've interviewed two candidates for the, fire marshal. We're waiting for a response on another one, we had some very good applicants, pretty excited about that potential of happening. And Casey, I'll give you the job update.
Thank you.
No DMV applications, the Cordova Center, coordinator is now open. I just talked about the fire marshal, we have a full-time lifeguard open. We have two police officers open, one of our officers is moving to Wyoming. Or actually left today to move to Wyoming. And I call it the Parks and Recs admin, but that's not quite the right term, but the person in Parks and Rec, we're Pam.
Closer to the mic.
Oh, the Parks and Rec, admin clerk who helps with all the, front desk and funds and stuff at the darkie. And I feel like I'm forgetting one, but I had it written down on my oath, so that's from memory. That's all I have unless somebody has some questions.
Questions for the manager?
I.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, the harbor transporter, I know I missed, maybe, did we get that sold, or is it? Little,
Trailer?
yeah, thing that moved the boats?
I do not know.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah, that's a good, I will ask them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I could have done that too.
That's
Any other questions for Sam? Moving on to the clerk's report, then.
We've been conducting early voting, as you can see by all the signs here and in the building. 70 people so far have, voted early, and I've mailed out 19. If anybody's listening and they want one by mail, do it sooner rather than later. There's a form on the website, or I can email you a form. So that we want you to be able to get it back timely. The stickers came in, yay, thank you Colette, and so the nice stickers are going out, otherwise we have those pretty measly little ones that we were using up, as we have many thousands of those. The fish committee, Cordova Fisheries Committee, 4 applications received so far, so, you know, we'll wait and see how that goes and then get them to you guys. Kathy Renfeld mentioned the candidate forum, and then in her email that she had sent me, there was also, I think, the school board one on Tuesday, the 25th, the mayor and city council one will be on Monday, the 24th. I'm sure you guys will see advertising all about that, which isn't city run, but we thank the groups that got together to put that on, because we do get questions sometimes from people who would like to know more about the candidates. And you see in some of the correspondence, I put, Helen Howard's, remembrance from the ADN, which was amazing to read. And then I heard that her celebration of life in Anchorage will be Sunday, March 23rd, 3 to 5 at the Discovery Theater at the Performing Arts Center. Jeff just sent me that, so I'm sure that'll get spread around town if anybody wants to go up to Anchorage for that. That's about all I have to report. I can answer questions.
Questions for the clerk? Hearing none, we will move along to correspondence. We've got two items that need direction, I guess. The letter to our congressional delegation regarding secure rural schools program. Is that acceptable? Everybody? And a draft letter from the mayor to Senator Murkowski and our delegation. I think we should send that to everybody regarding healthcare costs.
So everybody on council's fine with sending those two?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, is it possible to add the concurrence for the Board of Fish appointment and the support for EAS to that list?
Yeah, is there any?
Sure,
Any
I think you
objection?
had already kind of done that, but sure.
Yeah.
That sounds good. All of those are okay by council, which is great.
Anything else on correspondence? Okay, we'll move along then to ordinances and resolutions. Ordinance 1227, an ordinance of the council of the city of Cordova, Alaska, amending Cordova Municipal Code, section 5.10.080, maximum tax per transaction, the tax cap, to apply the tax cap to single invoices rather than single items or single transactions of service except as otherwise provided in the Cordova Municipal Code for service contracts, rentals, and bundled transactions. And to amend CMC 5.10.085 to remove reference to single service tax cap and single item tax cap. This is second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Baylor.
Now, I think we discussed this at length, so I support it.
Okay, Councilor Zastro.
Same, yeah, I think we discussed this quite a bit and ready to move forward.
Okay, Councilor Sherman.
Yes, I'm in favor of this, support of this.
Councilor Kinsman.
Yeah, I'm in support.
Councilor Rainey.
In support.
Councilor Smith.
I support it.
Councilor Jones.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this.
Okay, anybody last chance, second call? Doesn't sound like it. So clerk, will you please call the roll?
On adoption of ordinance 1227. Casey Kinsman,
Yes.
Dave Zastro,
Yes.
Ken Jones,
Yes.
Wendy Rainey,
Yes.
Tom Baylor,
Yes.
Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Kathy Sherman.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Ordinance 1228, an ordinance of the council of the city of Cordova, Alaska, amending Cordova Municipal Code 5.10.100, product-based exemptions, CMC 5.10.210, exemption application and exemption authorization card, CMC 5.10.230, refunds, and repealing CMC 5.10.240, construction materials and services exemptions and refund to replace the reimbursement application process that applies to eligible construction materials and services, and adopt an exemption card application process for such materials and services, and amending Cordova Municipal Code 5.10.100 to remove income reporting requirements for nonprofit organizations regarding sales by nonprofit organizations which are not exempt from sales tax. This is second reading.
So moved.
Or second.
Baylor and Kinsman will go with.
Councilor Baylor.
Yeah, can you read that again?
No.
I support it. We've been through this one also.
Okay, Councilor Kinsman.
Again, both of these are, I think, a good reflection on what council can do when we partner with the city, when city citizens. And we listen, and again, very grateful to see so many people in participation today. And hopefully those who voice their concerns on this have taken note. Be supporting it.
Hey, Councilor Jones.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this one as well. I appreciate the opportunity to bring it back for reconsideration.
Councilor Zastro.
Yeah, I'll be supporting it.
Councilor Sherman.
Yes, I'm in support.
Councilor Rainey.
In support.
And Councilor Smith.
I support it.
Okay, clerk, will you please call the roll?
On adoption of ordinance 1228, Tom Baylor,
Yes.
Casey Kinsman,
Yes.
Dave Zastro,
Yes.
Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Ken Jones,
Yes.
Wendy Rainey,
Yes.
Kathy Sherman.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Ordinance 1229, an ordinance of the council of the city of Cordova, Alaska, authorizing the city manager to enter into a 10-year lease with option to purchase with Emily Anderson and Skylar Newman for lot 15A, block 5 of ODF Park subdivision. This is first reading.
Mr. Mayor, so moved.
I'll second.
Councilor Jones.
Yeah, I supported this going to direct negotiation when it came to us last time. I still support this. Like to see it move forward.
Councilor, who seconded that?
I,
Councilor Kinsman.
yep, again, I look forward to seeing this development happen in our community. Thank you, Emily and Skylar, for investing in our community.
Councilor Rainey.
I'm in support.
Councilor Zastro.
Yeah, I'm in support.
Councilor Baylor.
No, I do not support it. So here we have a lot that we did not go out to the general public. We sold directly to a city employee. Now we're going to give a 10-year interest-free loan, which would cost the taxpayers approximately $3,000 a year. If it takes 10 years to build that, then we're looking at probably $50,000 in lost revenue, because we would have had that $65,000 in the dividend or into the permanent fund. And I would ask anybody, if you put this lot on sale on Facebook and said, look, we'll sell you a lot for $65,000. We'll finance it for 10 years with no interest. How many people you think would have interest in purchasing that and getting things done? So no, I think this is absurd that we're giving away interest-free loans. And then we're gonna also give it away once they build the house. We're gonna give them $100,000 off on their taxes. So I don't think the taxpayers of this community should be subsidizing anybody. And if you can't afford $65,000 for a lot, you probably can't afford to build a house. So no, I don't support it.
Councilor Sherman.
I apologize because I wasn't here for the initial discussion on this. And while I agree with Councilman Baylor's point, I'm going to be in support of it at this point in time. The motion, sorry.
Councilor Smith.
Yeah, I know that Tom has been very consistent and urging us to dispose of property by asking everyone or putting every piece of property out to request for proposal. And I completely understand his position at this point. On this particular one, given where we are at this point in the process, I don't feel it would be justifiable to turn around and do something different for this particular request, so I'm going to support it, but I do agree with Councilmember Baylor that we need to be consistent, that we need to be as consistent as possible going forward with advertising properties for asking for requests for proposal when we are selling city property. Thank you.
You said that so eloquently. And I couldn't get that out of my mouth.
Let her go first. You could
Yeah,
have did it.
I was.
So, Mr. Mayor, one more point, please.
Let's go ahead.
So just so you know, now we are setting a precedent for further sales, whether it be a commercial piece of property or another residential piece of property, that you will get a 10-year interest-free loan. So that's something we've never done before. I think the furthest we've went out is 5 years. So it's just something to think about. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want a round two? Okay, this is just first reading, so it's just a voice vote. So all those in favor of ordinance 1229, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Carries. We will see that on second reading next time. Resolution 02-2502, a resolution of the council, City of Cordova, Alaska, authorizing the city to issue general obligation refunding bonds to refund certain outstanding general obligation bonds of the city, fixing certain details of such bonds and authorizing their sale.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Smith?
I was gonna say, oh shoot, that means now I have to. I see this as something that's being proposed to us as a revenue saving measure, that the interest rates are favorable enough that it would make sense for us to, I haven't completely worked it out of my head, but the term is refunding the bonds, and then I assume that we're reissuing them. And I understand that we are working with a financial advisor who is tracking the interest rate for us, and if it falls below or goes above, whichever way it goes, sorry, 2.5%, that we won't do the deal. But if we can save money on our borrowing costs, then I don't see why we wouldn't do this. So I'm in favor.
Hey, Councilor Zastro.
Everything, Councilor Spencer said, and it's, if it goes below 2.5%, and it's being tracked pretty closely, so, I'm totally in favor of this, clearly a money saving, activity.
Councilor Sherman?
Yes, I'm in favor of this because it does, save us a little bit of money, but I also appreciate the fact that it's being tracked so closely now.
Councilor Kinsman?
Yeah, that was gonna be my point. Isn't it great to have an actually engaged financial institution behind us so that we have this information? So thank you for staff for being proactive on that and bringing such great representation to our city. This is great. I guess I'll just ask, do you see any risk in this at all? Because I don't see any risk when I see this, and that kind of like is a red flag for me. Like, what am I missing? Because this seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, and that was the first thing we replied back, we're like, is this real? Cause this thing's too good. And he talked us through how it all works, and you know, that is often the response, but it's a cumulative refinance of a bunch of bonds. And we meet those criteria, and then that is.
Closer.
That's his job, is to make sure that it stays within our parameters, which is why we're passing this resolution. And that goes to the bond, bank.
And then with just another point that, once we lock this in and it's above the 2.5, are we locked into that, or how often does that fluctuate? You know. And we're trying to lock it in.
2.5 isn't a percent that we're locked into, we're just wanting to. have
Right,
that
we're trying to
safe.
watch so that we stay above it. Once we secure above that.
Then the bonds will be reissued.
We're in until we refund.
Okay,
we're not
perfect.
refunding bonds.
So we're,
Yeah, we did this,
Wonderful.
John Staving did this in like 2006.
16, 17, somewhere in there.
We did the school, and the school bonds have rules about how long, so, yep. I feel
perfect,
pretty good.
thank you.
Councilor Jones,
I'll be supporting it.
Councilor Rainey,
I support it, appreciate the city manager's work on this.
and Councilor Baylor.
Yes, I support it.
Okay, this is just.
I said a voice vote, but maybe it's a lot of money, maybe we should do a roll call.
That's
Kind of like
Okay,
money,
fire away.
it's money. On resolution 22502, Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Kathy Sherman,
Yes.
Tom Baylor,
Yes.
Wendy Rainey,
Yes.
Dave Zastro,
Yes.
Casey Kinsman,
Yes.
Ken Jones.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, resolution 02-2503, a resolution of the council in the city of Cordova, Alaska, supporting funding applications for the development of the Crater Lake Water and Power Project.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move, sorry, it took me a while to find it here. Resolution 02-25-03.
Councilor Jones.
Yeah, I think this is, something that the city needs to be moving forward with. We just heard, we have a whole workshop on infrastructure and how we have an aging water tank out that way and how we need, you know, more water and, this is a slam dunk grant application opportunity. We could bring $30 to $40 million project to this community if we need to pursue it. So, thank you.
Councilor Sherman.
Yeah, so we did have a great work session on infrastructure, and we all know that water is our lifeline. But since audience comments, I guess I have a few more questions about this that I'd like to have answered possibly. And did Mr. Copeland come to the table?
Thank you, Mayor Allison. Can I start with a couple corrections? So the funding opportunity announcement, I've read all 73 pages. It has a 90% grant for tribal applicants, and the tribal applicants reached out to us and wants to apply for the project as a pass through the CEC in the city. So that number is accurate. And yes, the Cordova Electric has voted not to proceed with this project on 2 or 3 occasions. 7 board members, all different reasons. I will say that a city councilman, their own volition, came to one of those votes at CEC and said, don't expect a penny from the city. That was a little frustrating to me because the city council had already invested in splitting the cost of the feasibility study, and the staff had spent many hours reviewing and advising that, making sure that the water system needs were met. And but funding was a challenge. So now we have an opportunity for funding. We've got tens and tens of millions of dollars of grants through CEC, and we've got $30 million in grants right now. And if we get these grants, we've also got about $40 million in low and no interest loans. And if we get more grants, some of those loans convert to even more grants. So this pluses up. CEC will apply for this anyway in the category for energy, but there's a second category for co-located projects, and that is going to get less applicants. It has a much higher opportunity for success. There's 7 qualifying criteria. You have to meet either a community infrastructure need or a microgrid, or we meet all 7 criteria. I've had the Department of Energy themselves, different departments reaching out saying, this is your application, Cordova. Had the Electric Power Research Institute reach out, but they're only an 80% applicant, just like CEC. So I hope that clarifies a little bit. And CEC and the city have both collectively invested in this. We also, when the CEC board voted not to do this project, we said, let's go out and look at all the other alternatives. We took very deep dives into wind, solar. Those technologies don't scale. They don't offset diesel like hydro does. We looked at 7 dam storage projects. We got a $450,000 grant from the state. We put up another $500,000 at CEC and took a deep dive. And Humpback Creek and Crater Lake were the ones that came in as the best diesel offset for a cost that was in reach for the community. And now we've been able to stack up grants. So It's just really simple. We're just applying, submitting a concept paper. Next week, that's either gonna go in as a Cordova Electric application, or it's gonna go in as a city and Cordova Electric. We've been really successful in partnering on other projects in the harbor, on roads improvements and so forth. Both Cordova Electric and the city have been very successful in grants. The federal agencies that I've worked with, I've asked them, I said, if we get a grant, does that hurt our chances for other grants and for other things? They said, no, it improves your, if you get a grant and execute well on it, that improves your chances of getting more grants. And we've seen that happen over the decades, both for CDC, and I think you've seen it in the city with what your staff's done over the last few years. So we're in a really good place. I just got back from Juneau last week. The Cordova Electric is a model electric utility in the state. We're well respected in the legislature. They've already put up 50% state matches for federal funding for Power Grid and projects in the past, like this assessment. So it really doesn't matter if it's 80 or 90%, we've still got a really great chance of getting state to match the balance of it, because we're talking about water and renewable energy that supports the struggling seafood industry, that carries us through the winter months, allows for community growth, and I'd be glad to answer any other questions.
Counselor Sherman?
Yeah, that answered my questions. Thank you.
Counselor Zastro?
So just to be clear, while we're looking at the resolution, and it's somewhat vague in how it reads. Are you asking that the city be a co-applicant then on this?
I'm just asking for this resolution of support for the city to proceed with this. The reason I haven't brought tons of overwhelming technical and other information is because we've been working with city staff for the last 2 or 3 months and the water engineer to identify our needs so we can. And that water tank, we can easily add a couple $1 million in there. I would expect the city, gets your needs met with this process too. What I would hate to see is a community invest in a hydro project over here, the water plant over there, another water plant over here. I mean, this is a chance to have one piece of infrastructure of plenty impact that we can do in one place and share the benefits. And I think there's a high likelihood that we can get this fully funded.
I have a question for the city manager. What is your take on the benefits to the city? Kind of a ratio, if you could even provide that between CEC and the city's benefits. That's probably a hard thing to ask, I know.
Well, yeah, I mean, partly because I guess I'm not sure exactly what we're putting into this application. We talked about the water tank and this and that. These are the things that we talked about in the infrastructure. We do need help with the catchment. The catchment is not in a great shape. It's very old. We do need a new water tank and we need a new location. So those are benefits. I mean, without understanding a lot of the detail of the grant, like what's our match, what are you asking? Is it, if it's truly fully funded as a grant and there is no money out of our pocket, it would be amazing. But we can't answer that, I don't think, until we know more about it. I don't know the difference between a co-application and a letter of whatever you call it. Losing track of that, what that commits us to. I mean, does that commit us to this grant if it's awarded? And what does that look like? So those would be the things that I would ask. We as a city do get water from Orca. We can continue to get water from Orca. At some point, we will have to deal with that catchment. We do have some potential, we have some estimates of the cost to rebuild the transmission line from the treatment plant to the catchment, which is something else that needs to be done. I believe the cost of catchments and those are within there. So could we benefit? Yes. Do I know what it's gonna cost us? No. We know what it's gonna cost to, we have an estimate of the cost of the tank, we have an estimate of the cost of the catchment, so we have that information. But again, I think we're in this place of unknownness.
Mayor Allison.
Yes.
If I could take a quick crack at that, through you, Councilman Zastro. So, one of the concerns I think early on with the city was when they did their analysis, they said, well, let's just split all the shared elements in half and put half on the city and half on Cordova Electric. And so it ended up with like a 46-54 split. But the reality is, Cordova Electric is an offsetting 50-cent diesel with 7-8 cent hydro. Most of the financial benefit goes to CEC for this. And frankly, CEC is the applicant for the dam safety project. We would be on the hook for all the O&M. Right now, your reservoirs, the city has to do the inspections and you need. So CEC would be the owner operator of the dam, the pipeline, the plant site. So that really reduces the city's responsibility there. And also the cost benefit, I don't know whether it's 90% CEC and 10% city, 80%, 20%, something like that. But I know there's other elements, you know, the estimate I saw in your packet for permanent siphons, $3 million. You can get a water, there's only $500,000 differential between building that as a hydro project and a hydro plus water. And so there's a lot of room, we're up, well, this grants for up to $50 million, there's a lot of room there. Yeah, water tanks, the connection, MDE's calling me right now because they're gonna have to spend $1 million just to accommodate Sherman Point Road reconnection. Well, that could be folded into this, we've already got full design sets, we've overlaid them. We've got the room there, and you know, I think in your role as a trail supervisor, we had talked about a loop trail, or seeing a potential loop trail in the city's budget. That's something that if we run a penstock there, we could, you know, by design, those are the kind of things, how can we get the highest and best community benefit? Maybe we leave a community trail behind as part of the project, and those are the things that we'll try to get as much value at the lowest cost for the whole community, so. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, oh, thank you. I'm still unclear. Maybe you just tried to answer that, but if we support this resolution, are you saying that it's not clear how much we're obligating ourselves to support? I mean, I heard, oh, it could be 10%, it could be 20%. What are we committing ourselves to?
Yeah. There's no financial commitment at this time. This is a concept paper where we bring forward, it's concept paper that brings forward, here's the project, here's our engineering estimates to date. We're approaching, I mean, we have an updated design basis. Engineering teams coming into the town next week to walk over the site and make sure.
But I understand all that. If a grant is awarded, then we are on the hook for a contribution. Yes?
That's in August. The concept paper.
But it's a yes. I mean, you're saying we are obligating ourselves to contributing to this project.
No, not at this time. They're just asking for exactly what the resolution says. The city of Cordova supports an application for this. We're saying when we want to develop this as a co-located project, we're going to have 5 months to refine the designs, to identify in August and get awarded. It's never too late to say we're deciding not to go forward with this. I don't think it's a good idea. And frankly, we've already got grant funding to do geotechnical work on these from Department of Energy and others. When you apply for assistance and you get grants to do things and don't do them, then maybe it does impact your opportunity for grants. But there's no financial commitment at this time.
I guess I'll let other people go. I do have one more comment to make, but maybe other people want to speak first.
Hey, Councilor Rainey?
Okay, so I have some questions. So before the city signs off on any kind of partnership, I would hope that a hazard mitigation plan with bank instability, floods and earthquakes would be run. We see regular changing weather. Most of the coastal communities in the south have gone to these hazard mitigation plans due to mudslides and rock slides. I think it's important that the city look into that. Are you willing to put it in writing that the city has priority on the water for dry years and it doesn't go to the electric co-op and the city has the priority to use that water? Are you willing to put that in writing?
I don't think we have to. It's a community water supply. I think that takes primacy.
But you own the dam and you own the structure going to the pump house and you own the pump house. I think it's important that we have it in writing that the city does take priority with that water.
So the city does hold the water right. I will say the last couple times I've looked at them, they have been expired for quite some time. They're supposed to be renewed every 10 years. But it is a community water supply and no agency's gonna take that away from the community. If the city wants a letter to them, you would engage on your terms, absolutely write a letter to that effect. But to your point, we've had frequent droughts, we've had floods, and a dam helps stabilize those flows. Right now, all the water is flowing down into the catchment. When we have a drought, the thing goes dry. That's why we had to siphon out of that lake several years ago. We see it at our other sites, a dam stores water, so you can release it when you need it. And right now, there's a lot of coincidence between when Port Electric needs the energy and when the city needs the water. It's when seafood processors are processing, it's when it gets very cold and our reservoirs start running down and our hydro drops off at our non-storage sites. So, I think there is a little bit of conflict, but I've always felt like the city had a primacy on the water.
I appreciate that, but I would hesitate to go with a handshake agreement or anything like that. I would certainly want to see the city have something in writing. And then your new pump house and equipment coming down. So the city's just put a fortune into the new pump house out there and the new equipment for treating the water. If you guys are going to own everything, how are you paying to retrofit all that equipment into a new pump house? Are you maintaining that pump house? Is the city staff gonna maintain that pump house, working with your crew? I mean, we've accomplished a pretty major new water update that cost a fortune, and how does that fit into this?
Was that the LT2 upgrade that was done about 6-7 years ago?
Yeah.
So that was designed with the Crater Lake project in mind. They actually oversized the UV treatment in there, and that equipment was gonna be relocated into the joint power plant, water plant. City's responsible for operating and maintaining the city water supply equipment. CEC is responsible for the energy, the electrical plant, the hydroelectric turbine, and everything back up to the dam. So, essentially the city would benefit from CEC managing all the water supply right up to where it transitions to a community water supply. The advantage of including a storage tank in it is that you can treat the water and pump it full, and then you can draw that tank down. We don't necessarily have to run water through the project to generate power because you have a big storage tank there you can draw from. So it actually benefits both CEC and the city.
But you didn't answer my question. So are you gonna retrofit the equipment into a new pump house and take over that?
We could move it out there and demolish the old building.
And have you run that part of the project by your board? Do they know anything about a new storage tank and retrofitting city equipment and building a new building? Has that gone before your board?
It went before the board. It was when we were developing those things and went through all these elements. I mean, boards change over time. I'm not sure.
So that went through the board that actually stopped the project.
That
It was a previous board.
That went through the board that approved all the expenses up until we got to a board that didn't approve the project.
And then, also like the fact that there would be no cost to us, again, another thing that I think has to be in writing. I mean, handshake agreements, verbal assurances, because of your point that projects leads change, we've seen 3 different leads on the Shepherd Point project since that project has started. So handshake agreements, verbal assurances, they don't mean anything. The city needs to have some sort of a legitimate writing that says we're not responsible for anything financial. And I think a letter in this case is definitely much more realistic than a resolution. This is a concept paper, if you want a letter of recommendation, that's not an ask that's out there, but to have a resolution before anything's gone out to the public. I mean, you keep talking about, oh, while we're doing this, we're gonna do this, but I haven't seen anything in the last month go out to the public to talk about this project. So I just have some hesitation with where the city's gonna be left with this, because this whole project and the amount of money that could potentially cost the city is not in our wheelhouse right now. And I think that this is a push ahead of the cart. If you get the funding and the city's not responsible for anything, that would be amazing. That's an amazing project for Cordova, but, and also I was not the council member that came to your meeting. I just want to put that on the record. So that council member isn't sitting at this table anymore. So I don't know why you brought that up, but that was not me.
Well, I'm just saying there's reasons why boards don't vote for things, and So, but in fairness, in the last packet, I did ask council to authorize staff to write a letter of support, and we wanted something different, so we didn't want that, so I brought back a resolution. The resolution satisfies an indication to the funding agency that the city is interested in getting grant funding to replace your aging infrastructure and build new infrastructure. All I can guarantee is that you absolutely will not get the money if you don't apply for it. That's the given, and that's the problem. That's where my board is. They want to see the money first, but I have to apply for it and get it. That's why they've authorized me to go look for it.
I think that's great, but again, the city has a bigger picture, and I think a hazard mitigation plan at the least needs to be put out there for that penstock coming down a bank that is unstable to begin with. There's new instability issues with the Shepherd Point Road going through there, and I think that it would be irresponsible for the city to go forward with that if there wasn't that kind of thing on record first.
I agree. It would be irresponsible for CC not to move forward. And that's why in the initial design, the geologist walked over it, and the design is for the penstock to go from exposed rock to exposed rock down and then stabilize the rest of it. It has to be designed to dam safety standards, and the rule of thumb is a factor of 7 over engineering construction.
But you haven't done a hazard mitigation plan.
Well, getting hazard mitigation planning before we get funding is kind of getting the hard cart in front of the horse. We talked about, we do flood modeling, just like you do flood modeling for flood zones. You do that when you develop a dam, you do a flood model. That's a very, I don't know if you've all seen, that's why I tried to get a picture in there. It's a very, very narrow cleft in the rock that it floods anyway. That limits how much water can flow. So when one of the standard process in dam development, what happened in this one is you do a flood mitigation plan, you look at what's your peak maximum flood, you have to design your spillways in your dam to manage what peak flows are. It's just part of standard dam decision.
My final comment is I would just like to see a hazard mitigation plan. I'd like to see some public comment on this, since it is a 25-foot dam. And it will be holding back quite a bit of water up there, and it will change that landscape. I just think that we're jumping ahead by not having public input before we come up with this. And again, I would not like to see a resolution. I prefer to see a letter if we do anything.
Thank you, Councilor Kinsman. Sure, thanks. Mr. Copeland, you're asking for support for you to apply for funding. Is that what you're doing?
I'm asking, CEC is gonna apply for funding for this project. I'm saying there's an opportunity for the city to be part of that application. The concept paper can go forward in a category that it's a co-location of 2 facilities. I think we've got a better chance of getting the energy part in that, but it also helps cities' aging infrastructure.
So you just want our support to greaten the likelihood of getting this funding?
That's part of it.
Support, a letter of support where you're not asking for us to fund anything. We don't even have a grant yet. You want a support to go and try to find some grant money. Is that my understanding? That's what you want to do. You want to go try and find grant money. We just talked about we need some grant money.
Yes.
Great. Anything, correct me if I'm wrong, if we need any money, if money's asked from the city, that's gonna come to the city separately, correct?
Yes.
Correct? Great. Thank you.
Councilor Baylor?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking same lines as Councilman Kingsman. So there's a couple things that are kind of pop out at me. It may be a little misleading as far as, where you say the city and Cordova Electric spent almost $1 million on this project. The city spent $50,000 on the feasibility study, which proved that the project wasn't feasible. And then, yes, we've spent some money on engineering to update our water system, but I just want the public to know that we have not spent almost $1 million of your tax money on this project. Cordova Electric has, but that's fine. That's their board. And you just, I was thinking more along the line of a letter of support. You just said you came to us and wanted a letter of support, and at the last meeting, and I think the comments there was, well, we're just not going to whip out a letter of support. We need to have a little discussion about this, and now it's come to us as a resolution. So I've looked at this. Do I think this dam is feasible? Do I think this will ever get funding? I do not, but I'm not going to stand in the way of you trying to get it. if that's the case. But you've never answered the question on money. You said it twice at the last meeting. I think you said it twice at this meeting when you've asked how much the city has to put into this, not at this time. And that's kind of a red flag for me. We don't have money to put on it at any time, really. And but cut to the chase, I think it would be appropriate for the city council to give you a letter of support. Doesn't tie the city into anything. If you want to go out and try and get funding, if you can do it, that's the only way it's going to be feasible. If you get 100% funding, then fine, do that. But I'm a little nervous about a resolution, and maybe it's not my full understanding of resolutions, but I don't want the city to be on the hook for anything now or down the line. So I would defer to others as far as that, the difference between a letter of support and the resolution.
Yeah, good. Until we sign the check, there's nothing. There's
All
nothing,
a resolution is a fancy motion,
yeah.
a motion to do something. You can do it in a whole pile of whereas and just look
Thank
a
you,
little.
Lindsay.
Kristen, we heard that.
Yeah, sorry. She just bought me a cup of tea.
I need a cup of tea. But the way I read it, and maybe the way you guys all read it, is that it doesn't have a financial commitment to it, and I would agree with that, and that you'd have to make a future resolution or more than that to determine any money put in out of the city's money.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Sherman?
Mr. Copeland, does that, I'm not sure of the actual grant entity, but does that letter of support or a resolution give more weight than the other to your application or your concept paper?
I think this is probably not the only grant that I'm gonna apply for. And I think it was Council Kinsman said, or one of the councilmen said it's worded a little vaguely. That's so it can be reused in other situations, and so we don't have to have a specific. And by the way, I mentioned this in the memo in the packet, but I took the language in this resolution verbatim from the MOU between the city and CEC to develop the project. And then one of the whereases was straight out of your capital improvements, so.
Thank you.
Councilor Smith?
Thank you. So one thought is, if people would prefer a letter of support instead of a resolution, we can just vote this down and then direct staff to write a letter of support. I guess I would like to move to make a few language changes to make this as clear and accurate as possible. In the second and fourth whereases, I move to strike the phrase derive lower costs and substitute minimize cost increases, because it's not going to lower our cost. It's just going to keep them from going up faster. They're going to go up. They're just not going to go up as fast. So I propose that change. And then I also propose in the now therefore be it resolved that we support Cordova Electric Cooperative in seeking funding for the development of the Crater Lake Water and Power Project on the condition that a thorough public involvement process is conducted. I would like for that to go in there because that hasn't happened and we're putting our support behind something that has not been discussed at the community level. So so that's my motion.
I'd second that. Yeah, I'll second it.
Move the second to amend. Any discussion on the amendment?
Mayor Ellison,
Yes.
this is technical, but I don't think it's Cannery Road water tank, it's Moorpack water tank, is it not?
That's all I've ever heard it called.
I was wondering about that too, because that Cannery Row water tank isn't on our priority list, but maybe it's a different,
I think it's always been called Moorpack. Yeah. So maybe could we add that change to the amendment?
Sure.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Get back to the main motion as amended.
You said
An aye for the amendment.
7-0 on the amendment, thank you. Kristen, Councilmember Smith, I'd like that sent to me, maybe.
Sure,
I didn't have their form part, exactly.
sure. I can email you.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Further discussion on the resolution as amended? Councilor Jones.
Yeah, I'm still leaning towards supporting this. I think that the benefits to our community are many. We do need water for shoulder season, fisheries development and processing development. We need water on the drought summers. We need power for all those things. This is a project that can deliver both. We need to update our water supply. This is a project that can help us get really hard to obtain grant funding for water supply. So, a lot of times when you look at hydro projects around the world, they can impede salmon passage and other things. This one doesn't do that. There's not gonna be any salmon runs that get killed off by putting this dam in, so, unlike some of the other ones that have been proposed in, other parts of the state. And, I think that doing the resolution is appropriate, as far as the assertion that it hasn't been, discussed as a community. This is the second meeting in a row that it's been on our agenda, and I've been on council off and on for 10 years almost, and we've talked about this a bunch, so it's been on numerous agendas and has had public comment quite a few of those times, so, I'm gonna be voting to support this.
Any other comments? Questions? Okay, hearing none then, do we need just a voice vote?
I can do a roll if you want.
Okay, do a roll call then.
So on resolution 22503 as amended. Casey Kinsman,
Yes.
Ken Jones,
Yes.
Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Dave Zastro,
Yes.
Tom Baylor,
Yes.
Kathy Sherman,
Yes.
Wendy Rainey.
For my above listed questions that weren't answered, no.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, thank you. We'll get that letter to you, or that resolution to you, Clyde. Unfinished business, council action on disposal and method of disposal of lots 3 and 4, block 8, original town site, Chamber of Commerce lease.
Mr. Mayor, I move to dispose of lots 3 and 4, block 8, original town site as outlined in Cordova Municipal Code 5.22.060B by option number 1, negotiating an agreement with the Cordova Chamber of Commerce to lease or purchase the property.
Second.
Councilor Jones.
Yeah, I support this. I spoke pretty heavily in support of the chamber funding and the chamber lease last time it came in front of us, and I appreciate what the chamber does for our community and for our business community. And I'm enthusiastic in supporting them staying in this building at their current rate. Thank you.
Hey, Councilor Zastro.
Everything, Councilmember Jones just said, it's the right location for the work that they're doing, and it's what's, purpose built for that, as it's been described in the packet, and we've heard from Kathy herself. It just makes sense to keep them there and negotiate, leads to have them continue to do the good work that they're doing.
Councilor Baylor.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Councilor Sherman.
Yes, I am in favor of it too, as someone who worked for the chamber at one time in a teeny tiny little space beside the bank. I think it's more than appropriate to renew the lease with the chamber.
Councilor Kinsman.
Yes, and as seeing, and it's been noted that we did cut funding to the chamber. I think it's probably most appropriate for us to keep them in this building to help offset that.
Councilor Smith.
Yeah, I also agree, having just made that statement that I agreed with Tom about how we should put everything out to bid. I do feel that this was a purpose-built piece of property and that the chamber's an important city partner, and I support negotiating a lease with the chamber.
Thank you, Councilor Rainey.
I do appreciate that they took major cuts, when we did our budgeting. And we did budget for this lease to be in there, so I do, appreciate the lease, but I would like to see, the lease amount looked at and make sure that we're, up to where the lease should be, as everything is going up in the community, and anywhere. I think it's only fair that if we're in the landlord business, we make sure that we do a fair rate on that, and I would ask that the chamber, look seriously to the future, and I think the city has started realizing that, funding one nonprofit that much is potentially not on the books for the future, so I would hope that they would look at, finding some other funding sources and, the possibility of, the next 5-year lease coming around, potential of them maybe not being in that building, but I do support the renewal of the lease today.
Okay, anybody second round?
I do have a second round, just along those lines of Councilmember Rainey's and reassessing what the lease is. At the very least, that can just be documented more accurately as our in-kind contribution to the chamber of what a current lease would go for in that. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of disposal of lots 3 and 4 to the Chamber of Commerce, say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. New miscellaneous business, council action on disposal and method of disposal of a portion of tract B, terminal ground B subdivision.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move to dispose of the requested portion of Tract B, Terminal Ground B subdivision, approximately 8 acres in size, as outlined in the Cordova Municipal Code 7.40.060B by requesting sealed proposals to lease or purchase the property.
I'll second that.
Who seconded, Councilor Smith?
Thanks. So going back to the theme that we've visited a lot over the past few months and that Tom has been advocating for so strongly, I think we should be as consistent as we possibly can, and that means in this case advertising this property and taking sealed bids. And I really like the idea of NVE developing this property. I think it's unlikely that another bidder would put in a proposal that would compete with theirs on this size of a piece of property, but I do think it's the right thing to do since we're talking about disposing of public land. Thank you.
Councilor Baylor.
Yeah, I agree with everything that was previously said, and this, yeah, I guess we'll stick to the land issue here is what's for us, because it does have implications for our own hospital, for our own clinic. I don't know if the housing that they're proposing down the line, if that's just for shareholders or if that's open to public. But yeah, I'd like to see this go through the right process. And I've just got to make a comment here too on our new city planner. And it's a little thing, but it does have some importance. The city planner, Amanda Hadley Coward, reminded Planning Commission that they need to make recommendations based off their own opinions and bring them to city council, and city council asking for their recommendations. I went through a process once where the opinion changed and went against me because, quote unquote, well, the person was sitting right there in the audience and I've known them a long time. I don't know you, and I felt sorry for them. The council made another decision to sell property, and the opinion was, well, he's been here, he's a nice guy, so we sold it to him. Now, that property never did get developed. We may get that back soon. So I would just encourage if it's great to bring your follow code, what's our precedent, and bring that to us if you want, but please leave your personal opinions out of that part of it. And I know it's sometimes we talk of what we feel, but we're trying to bring up good points here, trying to do the right thing. So just a little heads up, I was disappointed to read that in the packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rainey.
I just had a quick question for Kevin, or actually for whoever, the planner, Amanda. I'm not sure who can answer this, but the map that shows us lists the cemetery as available for sale.
It
Is that
requires subdivision.
the cemetery property?
So it's one plot of land, and so it requires subdivision there. So it's not two separate plots of land, so they're asking for a portion of that, so it would require it being subdivided first.
Right, but I mean, my question isn't, it doesn't pertain to this, it pertains to the map that we have in our packet that shows that the cemetery is open for purchase.
It comes with a contingent rule with it that you have to subdivide the cemetery out, but it is platted as that large piece of property.
And does that leave room for expansion
For
with the cemetery as well? I mean, is that taken into account for, because,
That's a negotiated part of the subdivision.
okay. Okay, that was my question, I was kind of looking at that going, yeah, I don't think I want that property, but.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, it's to not mislead people to think that that's already completed, so then when we talk to them about it, you know, we can explain that. This is one piece of land, so if you want to buy a portion of it, you're going to be required to do a subdivision, because we won't be selling the cemetery.
Okay,
Yeah. I mean, unless you wanna sell the cemetery.
no, we don't want to, I don't want to sell the cemetery, I'm not the one that.
Councilor Kinsman.
Yes, thank you. We have someone who is ready to develop this, who has the infrastructure in place to blast the mountain. This is time sensitive. If we go out RFP, we may lose our window to get this developed and sold, and it'll just be sitting there. The other point is, and this, I guess, is where I disagree to some extent, it is marked on our land disposal map as available. This isn't them approaching us and trying to get it changed to something different. They went to our map, they see it's available. I went and talked with Kevin and Amanda today to get some more insight on it. I came as in lieu of payment, or as an option that I was hoping to bring forward is, well, one, I won't be supporting the motion to go out for RFP. Two, if we go out for payment, we've discussed, there's been discussion on this council, current council, of a land swap of some kind. Is there a like for like land that we would like that NBE has? I don't know the answer to that, but there might be. The other thing is, we just talked about the cemetery. If they have the blasting crew in place, is there any reason that we can't take in lieu of payment them blasting towards the mountain and expanding that base in that direction? So those are some options that I had as a sell lease of this property. So
You could move to amend the motion.
I'm gonna let everyone have their chance to talk. I will not be supporting the stance.
Councilor Sherman.
I have been sticking to the rule for the most part of, going with RFP, but I do agree, and I studied the maps this afternoon and yesterday and the day before, and this land has been marked available, and I do not have a problem with it with someone, because I've done this, and to see what is available. And I do agree that this is time sensitive. I think it's a good proposal, and I think we should be encouraging the Native Village to develop this property.
Councilor Jones.
I think I support it. I would almost, like to give the same opportunity that we just gave CDC to NVE, if I could move to suspend the rules and bring the Brooke up to give us another crack at it here without the 3-minute limitation. I think that.
Any objection from council?
The motion is to, go out for proposals, is that what you support? Sorry, I wasn't sure.
Well, I could support that, or I could support direct negotiation, which has been, potentially going to be an amendment, but I think that we just gave Clay an opportunity to come up and talk to us at length about his project, and so I would like to see us give the same opportunity to NVE.
I support that. Is Brooke still out there?
She is.
What would you like me to talk to?
I guess, a little bit more about the timeline and how important it is to, how much of an obstruction would it be to you guys if this went to RFP? That would be something I would be interested in. And also, your brief here, it talked about a 20-acre lot where you're gonna put all the fill on to make a housing development. I'd like a little bit more info on that and how those lots would be subdivided and sold and what priority that would be given.
Perfect. Some I probably won't give you as much, that you're wanting to know, because it's fairly new, back at council, but, for the lot itself, I guess one of the RFP processes, you guys are struggling between RFP and direct negotiations, and don't get me wrong, I get following the rules. I've also seen them bypassed twice tonight already. My question would be, is that we're proposing to build a clinic. We're proposing land that's been available for a long time. And what I'm hearing from the city is that at least 2 of the council members don't care if we're able to put a clinic somewhere, which means, our next option was on the 40 acres above that, which doesn't provide super safe, access in the winter with a steep road. So we're trying to get at a level place where more people with semi-access to town, for healthcare services. And I really think this is a reasonable request that people just have not been asking for. And so if the council chooses to stick by the rule, I understand that, but what I will be hearing loud and clear is this council does not support a clinic being built. For whether or not we want to assume, that some people think that our clinic is just for tribal members, when in reality, we serve 75% of our patients are community members that aren't tribal members at all. We are a community clinic, not just for tribal members. You had another point, or Councilman Jones, sorry, I should be more official. I remember the 6.5 acres. Was there another one regarding the clinic space there for timing? We have the blasters only for a certain amount of time, so, for Shepherd Point. And depending on how, there's certain readings and things, even with direct negotiations, and each one of those takes time to get approved. And, we might lose the opportunity to have that at a more reasonable price. So, timing, is important, and I do understand that, everything moves at the speed of government, so even direct negotiations isn't like we're coming back in 2 weeks with a plan. The 6.5 acres, it's been sunset for a little bit, so NB had been looking at quite a few different projects there for a little while, COVID, and then staff changeover, sidelined some of the projects. So originally, NBE at doing actual builds and going for grants for houses and doing some low cost, mid cost, and higher level cost and selling them off. at a high level only with no set decisions. Tribal council is also thrown in the mix of, hey, we're just getting flat land and subdivide, you know, an acre, acre and a half or whatever, and then just sell it just to provide people with, the opportunity to buy land, to build their own thing, which isn't really available in town. NVE does have quite a few infrastructure projects going on with Shepherd Point. We're needing to build a clinic. And we are also on the short list with needing to build a cultural center, which we were actually hoping to start in 2021. And then sold our property to you when we did renovate. And so we have things stacking up. And so whether or not it's us building housing, we know that it needs to be built. We are starting, I guess, in March, a sixplex on the corner of Chase and Lefevre. So we recognize housing is terribly important in this town. We just don't know that we can do all the building at once for all the things. So trying to think of that as a holistic for the community of what we can do. And most people in the community don't have the ability to take down a rock wall and plug in a bunch of wetland area to provide land so they can put a house, but maybe they can purchase land, purchase that land and put the house that they want on there, with the options available, so. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I just, yeah, pretty much answers my questions. Hearing that, I would be in favor of an amendment, if somebody makes one, to direct negotiate.
I will second that.
I guess, is that the okay.
Yeah.
So, I would like to make an amendment to, negotiate an agreement with the neighborhood village of the act who submitted a letter to lease or purchase the property.
Councilor Zest, or Councilor Jones on the amendment.
Oh, yeah, I've talked a lot in the past about a need for housing and if, you know, helping them build a clinic gets us some housing that can be subdivided and sold to community members, I'm all for it.
Councilor Zestro on the amendment.
Yeah, at the risk of restating whatever everyone else has already said, it's clearly land that would unlikely to be developed otherwise. It's a solid project, the native village has the ability to do it. The purpose is fantastic, so yeah, I feel we should move forward with helping them and have this project happen as soon as possible.
I might point out just for clarification that even if we direct negotiate, the negotiations have to happen. And it's got to come to council for 2 readings and a public hearing, so it's slow, and our history of putting out RFPs isn't speedy.
And I guess I'd also add on the whole discussion about how we've been disposing of land, and it does seem inconsistent. One of the things I think we've been very consistent on is that we have a willing person come to us, ask about land that's been available. It would seem ingenuous, as Councilmember Jones has said in the past, to force them to go through a whole process where they have to provide a bid and battle it out with others. If we've got somebody that's a viable plan, it's been available, and they come to us to try to develop land, seems pretty straightforward to allow them to do that.
Okay, on the amendment, Councilor Kinsman.
Yeah, and by doing this, going through that process, there is not a break in code. There might be council members who don't agree with that, but code allows for us to do exactly what we're doing. And we've done great work with the city planner on making lots available and making sure that's updated annually. And we've even worked and looking at other options to further advertise those things. So and I've already made my comments on, this is a time sensitive project. It makes sense. We need a clinic. It's not a secret. And if this option gets us closer with a very thoughtful, intentional proposal with an entity that delivers in our community, I don't see why not. Again, my only comment to that was just us exploring a creative option on what that purchase looks like with the land swap, or partnering with them and blasting out behind the cemetery and making that land available. That would be just putting it out there as we start negotiating, so.
Counselor Smith on the amendment.
I'm in support.
Counselor Sherman on the amendment.
I am in support.
Counselor Baylor on the amendment.
No, but I'll have some questions for the applicant when we get through this amendment process.
Okay, Counselor Rainey on the amendment.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, back to the main motion as amended now. I think Zastro was the only one who didn't get a chance to speak to the main motion.
Kind of a funny way we did that, because what is in front of you now?
The main motion, which is to approve direct negotiation.
Okay.
Negotiation.
Okay. What is it you just approved?
Well, same thing, but sometimes amendments work that way.
Got it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think I said everything I wanted.
Okay, anybody else wanna?
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I want to address a couple comments. One made by Councilman there that we have a clinic. It's not that we quote unquote need a clinic. We do have a clinic. And to the applicant's comments that there's a couple of council people, did I hear that right? That obviously don't want the clinic? Let's clarify that one. I don't think anybody said that. I've always been an advocate for a fair process, and I'm sure if somebody else had put into this piece of property ahead of you, you would be wholeheartedly in favor of putting that out for an RFP. But we're moving on from that. I'd also like to say, we've been in negotiations and talking with NVE for 10 years at least on the purchase of the hospital. They're working with the hospital. We've identified spots for the clinic. We spent a lot of staff time and council time. At one time, it was going to be built right next to the hospital. So this council, well, not this council, but I was part of that. This council and the city have worked hand in hand with NVE trying to come up with solutions. We've always had our hand out. We've been like close to working out agreements with the hospital, and they'll change their boards and they'll change their leadership. So I think to even insinuate that the city is not working with you with open hands is pretty disingenuous. So we have, and we will continue to have, and we look forward to it. But the city does have a hospital that they need to keep their eye on and their clinic. And if that goes down, then it'll be a huge burn to this taxpayer. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else on the main motion to direct negotiate? Yeah, Brooke,
Am I allowed to respond to that at all, or no?
you do 10 seconds.
10 seconds. There's been negotiations or talks, I guess I would call it, for the hospital for many years, and I would agree with that. And we looked and did, site looking, or, oh gosh, not GPR, but looked at the site for stability next to the hospital. But what also was discovered at that point, that the amount of parking and the size of the building, we would need to be requesting almost all of Hollis Hendricks Park, which also didn't seem reasonable at the time. The city council, through the city manager, will be receiving a letter from the Native Village of Yak, and I already said this verbally to the manager, that the current council has gone, our current council has gone through all of the talks on and off throughout the years, but on the hospital itself. And what has never been clear to us is when somebody puts something up for sale, of saying, hey, this is for sale. So what the request will be saying is to the city, if you're putting up the hospital for sale, then let's put it up for sale and say what you're selling. There are multiple concerns that have been coming up through the talks with the health boards, and that can be done at a separate time or at a work session together, city council to tribal council, with the community there, and that would be fine. As far as my comment about the no support for a clinic, that was in regards to taking the chance when the city puts things out to RFP, you're looking for the best option that you can do for the money and for the city, right? So What I'd be hearing loud and clear is that the city council or some that are voting against doing the direct negotiations are saying, hey, we're looking for the best option and we don't think the clinic's it. And whether or not that's what you're saying, that's what, or how I would take that implication is that you're looking to make a possible better deal. And so I'm saying that, yes, the city does have a clinic. The clinic that sees most of the more patients than the city clinic though, is in dire need of new infrastructure. And that's where we're asking for the city's support in finding new land so that we can build something that helps all of the town.
Thank you.
I think I went over, I'm sorry.
No worries. I don't think anybody is against a new clinic there. It's the fact that we've, for years, have said that property should go out for RFPs. Again, it's not against the code to direct negotiate, but it's just a fairness to the community, and it seems that the last few, the trend may be going, if it's been on the for sale list, then it's for sale. So I personally, it's all for sale. It doesn't matter what that map says. If we've got the right proposal, it's all for sale. So, any, yeah, Councilman Jones.
Yeah, I guess, in earlier you spoke, and I think it was in your original public comment, you mentioned how, NV pays property tax. We recently had another entity that paid property tax for years that built a new building and then decided to not pay property tax in the building anymore and pulled the exemption card. So is there any assurances that MVE can make that you're not going to pull an exemption card on the new property once built? Or, I don't know, I guess, I know you're currently paying property tax on all your properties, and I appreciate that. I just hope that that is the case moving forward as new and very expensive properties are built. So.
That's a point well taken. If the city council is wanting, some kind of assurance, then I think we should talk about that. I don't find that that's unreasonable. I don't know of any kind of conversation that the village is wanting to pull, the card to say we're not paying, property tax. We do support the city, and, that hasn't been part of our talks, but for the assurance from the city council's perspective, then, I think if you're wanting that, then we can talk about that and negotiate something in place for, that maybe withstands, a little bit stronger than me saying that here today. Through council says my council and your council change over.
And then I guess one thing I would like to see is just maybe a little bit more info and what, you know, frequently when we do direct negotiations, we don't get a full proposal. So I would like to see you guys, when you come back for approval, if we could see some, you know, drawings or concepts, you know, how many square feet you're talking, that'd be nice to see anyway, when we go to approve this. I do appreciate the tribe focusing on projects that might be out of reach to a normal private person. I would implore you to continue that approach, over looking at purchasing other properties in town that maybe private individuals could develop. So I appreciate this project and I'm happy to support it. Thanks.
Hey, anybody else? Can we do roll call?
Yes. So now that it's been amended, what we're voting on is for direct negotiation, yes?
Correct.
Item 21, direct negotiation. Dave Zastro,
Yes.
Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Ken Jones,
Yes.
Casey Kinsman,
Yes.
Wendy Rainey,
Yes.
Tom Baylor,
Yes.
Kathy Sherman.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-2.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Sorry if I get salty.
Thank you, Brooke.
We all do.
We all do.
Thank you, Brooke, and please pass along to the village councils that we appreciate the partnership that you guys have with us. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
We are down to council action to match Friends of Valdez Animal Shelter donation towards Arvo Spay and Neuter Clinic in Cordova in June 2025.
So move.
Second.
Councilor Jones.
Yeah, we don't need more coho cats running around, so I'm gonna support this.
Councilor Rainey.
I think if Valdez can put in 3,000 and help us out, we send a lot of rogue animals over there. They absorb a lot of creatures from our community. I think, $3,000 is minimal for what benefit it could serve. So I'm in favor of it.
Councilor Sherman.
So, yes, I am in favor of it too, but I was also going to offer up that I would be happy to try and do some fundraising in the community during the month of May to see if we could offset the city's contribution. Because I think many people in the community could help afford to, and would willingly donate towards this as well. So I would take that on as a little personal challenge.
All right, you're on.
Because $3,000 is still hard to come by in the city.
Councilor Baylor.
No, I don't support it. I think we got enough of our city infrastructure that we need to maintain, and if people want to have pets, it's up to them to take care of them.
Councilor Zastro.
I support it and support Kathy's effort to fundraise as well, because I think it's, I know that people. And I hear what Tom's saying, or council member at Baylor, but it's an effect on the whole community when you have overrun of cats and other animals. So I think it benefits everybody here.
Councilor Smith.
Yeah, so I have asked the Cordova Community Foundation if we can put it on our March 12th board meeting agenda. And I can't promise, I can't speak for the board. I think there's a strong chance that we could make a contribution. So one option would be to split it with the city. And then Kathy wouldn't have to work as hard. All right, so one approach would be for the city to approve 1,500 now. We have our board meeting in March, and if I come back and say that the board didn't approve it, then we still have to come up with $1,500. But anyway, I offer that at least as an interim measure.
Will you second that amendment?
Let's just say we're gonna contribute 3,000.
Yeah.
Then contribute whatever we need to.
Raise money,
All
yeah.
right.
And if I make more, I don't think
And
they're
if you
gonna
offset
turn it down.
it by 1,500, you offset it,
There
right?
you go.
Councilor Kinsman.
Yeah, I support, I actually really agree with one comment that Tom Baylor made. If you're a pet owner, you should be responsible for that in a perfect world, Tom, and that just isn't the world we live in. And this is a public nuisance at the very least, so I'll support it.
Mayor, I do wanna make one point. This doesn't give free spay and
No,
neutering
right, no.
services, so the people with the pets still have to pay for the service. This just gets it to the community, which I think anytime we can get that kind of service to this community is a bonus. So they will still have to pay for the services, but this gets them here.
Okay, any further discussion? Voice vote, all those in favor, say aye.
I
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, pending agenda, CIP list, calendar, elected appointed officials lists. So we could put on next agenda the evaluations, I suppose, executive session for a year for the clerks and the management. Yeah,
Why does this always happen the day after the election?
well, let's say it's not your, I mean,
I know, but I'll be here.
you just get
All you
to.
guys are in the executive session. It's fine. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, you can delegate now, delegate better now.
Okay.
Okay, we'll get some letters written and put those in correspondence for next time. We'll send them out because the timeline is Gordon, but we'll get you a copy. Anything else we need on the next agenda?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to ask the council to, I'm not sure what I guess I don't know if we add it to the agenda as an unfinished business item, but I know, I'm thinking about the breakwater fill lot and the fact that the last time it came around, we voted not to go out to RFP. I think there were several different reasons that happened, and this is another example of us having been, not us, this group around the table, this particular group of people, but the council as having been wildly inconsistent with how we handle disposal, especially of this particular piece of property. And I realize that anybody could come back right now, and because it's still marked as available, any one of the people that potentially might be interested could submit a letter of interest and start that process all over again. But I think there's some kind of unfinished business at the council level about what we want to see happen with that lot. And so, as a way of not further frustrating people, could we add it to the agenda and have a discussion about what we want to see happen with that lot? And then I guess we don't have to technically invite proposals. People can see what's on the agenda, but the lot is still marked as available. So I would like to have some discussion. I think the case that was made about that we can't sell the lot for too little because it cost $1.5 million to build it is not really the basis on which we should judge what it might be worth, because all of the Southville and the Northville were created by grant funding. If we valued all of that land based on what it cost to create it, I don't know that it would have sold as it did. But I still think it is valuable. We could put it to use. And if we aren't in agreement about what we want to see happen there, then we shouldn't do that till we get some agreement. And so I would like to see if we can put that back on a council agenda for a unfinished business discussion item.
Yes, I second that, and I would love to hear in that have the two proposers come and speak as well, but yes. Councilmember Smith, I agree with that.
So just a discussion item.
If I take one, I'd rather see it come forward as RFP again, and that whole original proposal will come forward. It gets marked as RFP, goes out to the community, and everyone has a vote on it. And then we get to decide based on those proposals to accept or not accept, but we don't even know what the best use is because we haven't even given the community a chance to put that. We had 2 people who put it in, and there's more out there. So that's what I would propose, is to bring that all back forward.
You actually had 3 people, but the one was told years ago that it was not available. So keep that in mind.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. We've been very inconsistent, and I would like to begin to correct that.
Yeah. Kristen, did you want to see an RFP proposal come back to go out for RFPs on the lot, or just a discussion?
I mean,
I'm afraid that there's not full agreement on what should happen there, and I'm nervous about asking people to go through this process and so to be clear, what we had before were just letters of interest. We haven't been through the RFP process. I think people get that. But it did go to Harbor Commission, and they said put it out to RFP, and it did go to Planning and Zoning, and they said put it out to RFP, and we disregarded what our staff recommended. So to be fair, I feel like I mean, I would be okay with it, but I just don't know that everybody else agrees with that. So before we raise other hopes again, I guess I'm open to hearing what other people have to say.
Except that we can't have the item during pending agenda. So someone decide what they want on the next agenda.
I heard this, your seconder
can you
say one thing
bring
and
back something that's already been voted down
Yes.
as the same thing that it was?
Somebody could submit a letter of interest right now and go through that whole process all over again.
Right, so, but what could council do? I think council could come
nothing prohibits
as council and That's the agenda item this time, putting it out to RFP.
But that's not what I heard Casey say, I guess maybe I misunderstood, I thought Casey wanted the two people. You wanted those letters of interest to be
Thank you
used
for
for.
that. If we were saying letter of interest, if I was going off originally what Councilmember Smith proposed. That would be what I would like here. If we're having a conversation about ideas for this lot, it'd be great to hear some ideas for this lot. I need to correct myself and say, no, I don't even agree with that. I think it should be, as it was proposed, brought back. And voted on again.
So letters of interest triggered the vote by council to decide. This would be council on its own saying, let's put that lot out for RFP. They've done that before.
Thank you for the question. So then I was like-
I'd rather it go on as an action item,
Yeah.
not just a discussion item that we're taking
Sure,
out.
yeah, that's okay.
Okay, we're good.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
Sure.
I think this is for the benefit for some of the new people, and Kristen knows this and others. Council already sold this lot once and the public said no, right? They took it to the vote and we had to cancel that sale. So keep that in mind. The public, not us, not council, the public hasn't decided yet what they want done with that lot. So I think that's the direction we should go. We should literally tell the public, hey, we're thinking about putting this lot up for sale. What do you think? That's the direction, because we can make this decision, sell it next meeting, and then it gets overturned and it costs us a lot of money. Let's get public input and put this thing to rest. That's would be my recommendation.
We'll put it
Yeah,
on the
that's-
agenda.
That's why, yeah, I was proposing it as a discussion item and we can invite public comment.
Every single item on the council agenda invites public comment.
Yeah.
But if you tell the public we're gonna sell that lot, then you'll get some response. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, literally go put a for sale sign down there and say, come to the next meeting and tell us what you think.
This is you guys putting it out for RFP. That's also triggering the public to start staying involved and pay attention to what
It's
happens.
not actually selling, it is just putting.
And we have an audience here. Will you spread the word? And that will be on the next council agenda. And we're discussing from proposals that we have that we want to sell the Northville lot.
Okay, we're not discussing that. We're taking action to put it back out for RFP.
I know,
Put
I
it
know
out.
this.
But
Period.
you just said we're gonna just discuss the proposals we
Need
have.
to bring it back. Discuss any proposals that could come forward based off of
Okay.
that.
So, yeah, to be clear, we have not had proposals yet. We've just had letters of interest.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, not recently. We've had
Yeah.
proposals.
Correct.
on a lot.
Yes, they came in 2024. Yeah. Almost a year ago.
Anything else? We got
Oh,
this
is it
topic.
action item as RFP?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Mayor Alice.
yes.
We've talked about a second strategic planning work session in March. I was gonna propose maybe the second meeting in March. Yeah, don't laugh. But I was also gonna say, I know we have the things all already on the agenda, but I'm working my way down from the top of the pending agenda list, public safety resources discussion. Seems to me we can, no, what?
Tell me, are you want
Okay,
to
yeah.
cross it out?
No, throw that one on that next work session.
Wait, what is public safety resource?
It's from 2021, when we were talking about EMS and fire and the public safety building, and it's a hangover from COVID. Let's just update
Okay.
ourselves. on
What
this.
have we ended?
But what are the questions?
Items,
I think it would help to know what the questions are so that we,
I was gonna bring
Okay.
those 5 things, like, I just don't understand what you.
No, we'll move
What
it.
that means.
We can discuss it at the next work session, but we have a list. And the strategic plan of
Wastewater, water, public safety was on there, actually.
public safety resources.
So perfect.
That's right, just to say, let's tackle that subject. It's number one on our
And pool.
pending.
Pool was the other one, but I feel like you had to.
Great.
I have fire.
There we go.
So you wanna add,
No, you don't have to add it to the next work session. Do the things that are on the list for the next work session. At the next work session in March, I will suggest we tackle number one, public safety resources.
I think public safety was one of your 5 for next time.
Yeah.
public safety building.
Oh, the building, I see.
Which just the word.
Councilor Jones.
I have a totally different topic, so if you wanna finish this conversation
We're
first.
finished, they don't.
I'm good. I just want a work session, second work session in March, second meeting. And I also think that we should add at the second meeting in March, when we have the new council members, we should include the telecommunications policy to refresh everyone on city council. And I would also suggest it maybe gets refreshed throughout city staff as well.
Do the new people sit?
No, okay, so
When-
at the second March meeting, it will be certification of the election. And I believe that their terms begin the day after certification.
So the first full meeting.
Okay, so the first April one, yeah. But do you guys still want the work session? Yes, with the existing council before the March 19th.
No, that's what this meeting.
We need
It's- no,
a
it's the
work
same.
off-cycle work session day after.
Oh, my God.
I guess. I know, it's all about how this election goes, it could be a big turnover, it could be a small turnover.
Councilor Jones.
Yeah, I'd like to see, the North Harbor improvement project brought up for direction to staff on whether to apply for the grant or not. I thought I made that clear at the last pending agenda, but I guess I didn't, so.
The bid grant.
Yeah. Just council direction, yay or nay, if we're gonna move forward with applying again or not. The application deadline is sometime early May, I believe. And I think that, you know, it warrants a discussion from this body on whether we should go forward or not.
So yes, you bring that on? Yes or no on going for the grant? That'll be an action item on the 2/19 meeting. Well, today's 2/19.
It's 3/19.
3/19.
But I know, but we're doing that on 3/5, right? The next meeting is PIN 3/5.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I know,
The work.
February and March, 2 years in a row, have the exact same dates. Maybe
We
they
got
always
28
do.
days in February.
Maybe they always do.
Okay, anything else?
I thought you addressed that. And was at the last meeting before and said the city wasn't gonna go after that, right?
We did talk about that previously, where I said that we were not gonna pursue the PID grant due to the budget, I mean, not the budget, I'm sorry, the shortfall in the money. 3.9 that has been spent from the general fund, the amount of money it's gonna cost. I know there's no match potentially, although we did have to meet a match last time because what Shoreside put in wasn't enough. We have to finish environmental, we have to get engineers, we have to update the BCA. It's not free, and
We can discuss it at the agenda item, yep. Anything else? Okay, audience participation. Anything you wanna talk about? Doesn't have to be on our agenda.
Clay Copeland, CEC, just want to thank council for, for at least trying to get funded. I think we've got a lot of aging infrastructure in this town, it's a good opportunity. Try to answer all the questions and, we will, work with city staff to make sure we pull in, by next week, those estimates for water tank and improvements that you have, needs for. And, just wanted to mention, remind me about Kansas, because we worked with Louise's students and Stephen's office, and they'll send you a link to get right in, and we submitted ours last Monday. Was the deadline, but they extended that to next Monday, so.
yeah.
And also thank you for Councilman Jones for just remembering, we haven't been presenting or doing any communication on Crater Lake because we've been looking at alternatives for the last 5 years. But we did a tremendous amount, some multiple presentations at the Prince William South Science Center, City Council, Forest Service, CEC annual meetings, and did a lot of outreach. I had city councilmen, mayors, landowners, tribal council people. Every time we took a helicopter out there to download the strain gauges, took people out there, walked them through, showed them the site, tribal council and so forth. So, but just we haven't been doing that recently, but we've done a lot of work, and Councilman Baylor's as well, yeah. In the memo I mentioned, the city only put 50,000 in, CEC went out and got a lot of grant funds. And so that $1 million doesn't go away. We've got work products from that we can use going forward. So thank you very much for your time and commitment to the community.
You think it, Clay? Anybody else?
Good evening. My name is Steve Rainey, 2500 Orchard Road. And I came here mainly to comment on the sales tax cap. This is really, I think, more important than the council may realize. Companies like ours compete statewide. We compete worldwide against products that are available worldwide. More this year, I've gotten more inquiries asking what the taxes are, what the other charges are, because people are really getting tired of that happening, especially in big destinations like Hawaii and stuff like that. The other thing I'd like to mention, though, after sitting through this very long meeting, and appreciate all you guys' help. When people come, it's just an observation. When people come to promote their project or what they're interested in, I get it that people are really passionate about that. I love Kathy and what she does, but for her to take credit for 50% of the taxes I pay, that was a bit much, you know. The same with Clay and his project. I get it that he's super passionate about it. I was surprised to hear that I had $1 million worth of damage to my property during the flood. That was a surprise number for me to hear. But I was also surprised to hear that I would be safer with the dam above the property. Now, I think, you know, it's perfectly okay, I think, for people to come with their opinion, but that's not like an engineer's report or anything like that. So I would just, for whoever's the mayor or the next mayor, I'd like to really encourage people to just know that, you know, let's rein it in a little bit, let's stick to the facts. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes, Reed, PO Box 1234. Thank everybody for their time this evening. A long meeting, and I'll be as fast as I can. I'm sure we all want to leave. I just want to discuss something from social media that's happened over the last few days. A few days ago, the Cordova Times published an article covering the recent decision by the Cordova School Board to amend their non-discrimination policy. The addition of 4 words and 2 commas would seem to me not to be a major issue. This seems that it could not be further from the truth. As the article was shared on Facebook, dozens of comments flooded in with a great variety of opinions. One Cordovan shared a few links to Fox News articles with frankly terrifying headlines and left a comment regarding the school board pushing, quote, woke personal agendas and ideology and risking federal funding. Their comment continued on to mention, quote, perverse sexual ideology being purveyed to our youth against federal mandates. In response to this comment, I read the shared articles and shared the following comment. Hi, citizen. I've redacted the citizen's name for their privacy. Maybe you can clear up some confusion for me here, since I'm sure you thoroughly read both of the articles you shared and didn't just glance at the headlines. The first article's headline is scary. Department of Education warns that public schools must remove DEI policies or lose federal funding. We wouldn't want the local school district to lose funding. That would be terrible. Not being an expert in such things, I was interested in learning more, so I read the article in its entirety. The article makes a few general statements regarding the letter issued by the DOE. Institutions that fail to comply with federal civil rights laws may, consistent with applicable law, face potential loss of federal funding. Acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights in the Department of Education said in the letter. And the letter said, the overt and covert racial discrimination that's become widespread in this nation's education institutions will no longer be tolerated. I'm sure no one here wants to fail to comply with federal civil rights laws or contribute to racial discrimination, be it overtly or covertly. The article continues on to say the following. It argues that a Supreme Court ruling in Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, which found that affirmative action in Harvard University's admission process violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, should apply more broadly. The law is clear. Treating students differently on the basis of race to achieve nebulous goals such as diversity, racial balancing, social justice, or equity is illegal under controlling Supreme Court precedent, the letter reads. We're still in agreement. Treating students differently based on race is not cool. Continuing on, in the penultimate paragraph of the first article, following is said, the letter comes after President Donald Trump signed executive orders directing agencies to provide a plan to eliminate federal funding for illegal and discriminatory treatment and indoctrination in K through 12 schools, including based on gender ideology and discriminatory equity ideology. There are a lot of buzzwords in that paragraph, like discriminatory, indoctrination, and equity ideology. These words seem to confuse a lot of people, and I don't wish to have any confusion. Maybe you can clarify for me what that means, and also clarify how the updated CSD non-discrimination policy that reads district programs and activities shall be free from that discrimination with respect to sex, race, color, religion, national origin, ethnic group, sexual orientation, gender identity, marital or parental status, and physical or mental disability, conflicts with what President Trump has said, according to this article. It seems to me that the school board's language is quite specific in stating that it is anti-discriminatory, which I would think is what we all want. Indoctrination is another story, of course. I don't see any language regarding indoctrination in anything from the CSD.
I think our 3 minutes are up.
Nobody
else is tied to that timeline tonight.
I'll continue then. Thank you. Maybe in class, they're teaching kids to be gay and trans. As such a vehement opponent of indoctrination, but I would hope you've done some research into how our school district's policies and curriculum might be leaning in that direction before sharing these scary articles that would lead casual viewers to assume our district is in danger. Do you know of any policies or curriculum? Now in regards to the second article, because in the case of the education of the children of our community, we want to be thorough. There seems to be very little concretely stated. The article references a complaint made by a conservative nonprofit legal group that has resulted in a number of schools being investigated for refusing to follow President Donald Trump's executive order banning gender identity policies. The article continues on to state, the complaint argues that the districts are violating Title IX of the Higher Education Act of 1972 that prohibits sex-based discrimination in schools and Trump's executive order titled Ending Racial Indoctrination in K through 12 Schools, which called on some federal agencies to develop a plan to eliminate the instruction, advancement, or promotion of gender ideology or discriminatory equity ideology in K through 12 schools receiving federal funding. Now I'm once again confused. Once again, there are a lot of buzzwords here, some of which seem almost contradictory. Instruction, advancement, or promotion. It's been years since I graduated, but I don't remember any such instruction, advancement, or promotion of gender ideology in my time going to school here. Can you provide any such examples of promotion? And the rest of that sentence, discriminatory equity ideology. That seems a bit contradictory, with discriminatory and equity being basically antonyms. Regardless, let's take another look at how the new language in CSD's non-discrimination policy might be in violation of this executive order. For convenience, here's the policy again. District programs and activities shall be free from discrimination with respect to race, color, religion, national origin, ethnic group, sexual orientation, gender identity, marital or parental status, and physical or mental disability. Free from discrimination. sex, race, color, religion, origin, ethnicity, orientation, identity, marital status, disabilities. There doesn't seem to be anything promoting any of those in the policy, just stating that no one will be discriminated against for any of them. I continued my comment saying, I hope as a candidate for city council, you'll be willing to read this entire long comment from a local voting citizen who will have some thoughts to share on the things I've pointed out. I'd love a deep dive on the specific language shown in the school board's policies and how they're in violation of any orders, new or old. Thank you for your time. After issuing this comment in response to the original commenter, it was met with no response. Unfortunately, it seems the comment I responded to was deleted by this morning. I sit here before you with a simple request. I request that the council and the councilors that comprise it do their best to dig deeper than headlines. This meeting has been very long, and I see that you're all very thorough in your work, and I appreciate that. And I also request that the councilors here today realize that their voices are more than those of mere citizens. When you speak in public forums, whether it is your intention or not, you speak with what the public perceives to be the voice of a councilor. You are citizens of the city, but you are also decision makers and should behave as such. Thank you for your time.
Any other comments? Hearing none, then we'll move along to council comments. We do have an executive session. When we're done with this, but we'll do council comments first. Councilor Kinsman.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's been long. I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate the public participation in all its forms and varieties. Thank you. Keep it up. I look forward to our next, I don't know, what strategic planning session the next time. Maybe some of you may not, but I do. I learn a lot and I appreciate it. And sorry, Sam, for giving you nightmares.
Councilor Sherman.
Yeah, I know, I always feel bad when when I have to sit beside Sam, it's like, oh. No, good meeting, really great to have such an audience and to have people voicing their concerns and speaking up. I think it's really helpful for us as city council members to hear voices from the public, so I encourage everyone to attend, comment, write us, call us, whatever. Thanks for, there was a lot here tonight, but I feel really encouraged about some of the positive steps we are taking forward, and I will make cat and dog cookies to sell for May.
I can get behind that. I'll
Okay,
help with that.
okay.
You can sell them. I can help it.
Okay, that's all.
Councilor Zastro.
Yeah, as well, it's fantastic having folks here and providing their opinions, thoughts, desires for what it is we're deciding on. It makes all the difference having people in the room. Makes all the difference having great staff that provide us all the information we need to be able to review and provide our decisions on. Work session was fantastic. I like that, Councilmember Kinsman, looking forward to our next work session as well. I think it's long overdue and there's a lot of work to be done there. I'd like to touch back on during pending agenda, what Councilmember Sherman had to say about the telecommunications policy. I think that's something we should all be refamiliarized with when we have our new council and new mayor seated. I think it might not even be a bad idea to have some form of acknowledgement from everybody that they have actually read it. So hopefully that's something that we can make clear and be sure everybody understands their responsibilities and how they use those technologies. The Health Services Board, cooperation between NVE and the city, I'm really happy to hear from our manager that that's going super well and super productive. That's really good news. Also ordinance 1227 and 1228, we're done with those. I'm very happy that that's off the books and we're finally done. So I really appreciate the work everybody did. That's all I have.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I would echo comments that have been made. Thanks for the participation tonight. And yes, good to be squared away with the sales tax ordinance. I attended the Alaska Municipal League part of the AML conference meeting yesterday, and I just wanted to share something that really struck me. They did a great review of the PERS and TERS issue. And I know we've just gone through the budget process and people have talked about how much our budget has increased. And I guess I just wanted to kind of bring that back into the context of some of the increases that we've been facing. You know, there was an actuarial error that the state made in 2006, and we have been paying the price for that ever since. They have shifted that burden from the state to municipalities. So there's a couple of things that have been out of our control that have affected the spending levels in our budget. So the PERS and TERS, our healthcare has gone up astronomically. So I just wanted to add that to the context and say, I don't think that our budget has gone up because everybody has an assistant. I think there's a few costs that are out of our control. The AML leadership is talking about some ideas around that. And also they've done a lot of great work looking at defined benefit versus defined contributions programs for state employees and what we should be advocating for because of what that means for being able to fill state positions. You know, we're seeing that here at our DOT maintenance and operations station. I think we've had 7 positions in the past and now we have 2. So anyway, I just thought that was a really interesting overview that they gave, and I'm going to ask them for the slides, which I will share with, send to Susan for distribution to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rainey.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody who did the presentations this evening, and I appreciate Matthias, especially since I'd like to address that, you know, I try very hard to make sure that when I sit at this table, I speak to what I feel is the best for the city. And Councilmember Jones, no, I don't know that there is any blue hair dye that leads to mental instability, so I appreciate that.
Point of order, no personal attacks, please.
I'm responding to one. Thank you, Mayor. I really have a hard time with the fact that, there are some folks on this council that feel that it's okay to do personal attacks. That has not been left in the past, and I agree with Matthias and how he's done that. The questions that I had for this evening, were directed at how the city is going to deal with the Crater Lake project. There was nothing referenced into my business or my personal comments. That's for a different time and a different place, and I felt very strongly that I made that clear. So the fact that I have an agenda is also an attack. I joined council with no agenda and have not had one since I've been sitting on this table. So I appreciate the fact that the community is okay with having bullies at the table, so thanks for that. Clay, I appreciate you bringing facts to the table. I'd like to see some more public input. It was a long time ago when that public input happened, and if you can get the money for this project, more power to you for the city side. I do appreciate that. And that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, a lot of really new faces in the audience tonight, maybe some first timers, and I really appreciate their participation and welcome them back. And, you know, seems like every year we have elections that are not contested at all and very low voter turnout, except for when I run for election. So I'm looking forward to another record turnout this year. Thank you.
Councilmember Baylor.
Yeah, thanks. I guess first I'd like to thank the city manager. I think so far she's doing a good job, and I know she's working with staffing issues, but I support her in her efforts there. The breakwater lot, well, you know, we had this up for sale once and the community just really uproars. I don't know if those attitudes have changed. I mean, it was a good development. It was a motel and a restaurant. I hate to see us spend a lot of time and effort without really reaching out to the public and getting more information on what they want. I've kind of leaning towards now that maybe Kristen's group there, just go in there and run a few power lines, put some power pads in there, put a cement pad in there, picnic tables and a roof, and the food wagons can go in there and hook up without having a generator and turn it into a recreational area for the community, because I don't see a lot of support for selling that, and it's just gonna get contentious. I think we need to get back to following our rules that we have, like the 3-minute rule. Those people that spoke earlier all had business with the council, and we asked them to come up, and we that's a little bit different than just coming to the table at the first council comments or the last council comments and spending 5 or 10 minutes. I think you guys really should get back to that the next meeting and enforce the 3-minute rule, because you've set that precedent tonight, and that could ruin your evenings quite a bit there. So it might be wise to get back to that one. And thanks for everybody being here.
Okay, thank you. Get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Maybe you should say it. It's a little more important one is the executive session one.
It's on your agenda.
You can read it right there at number 24.
Do I need to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. An evaluation of city manager regarding personnel matters related to library operation, matters of which may tend to prejudice the reputation or the character of the city manager, provided that she may request a public discussion. He has not requested a public discussion.
Move to the second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of going into executive session as motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll clear the room and do this. Recess. Yeah.
I watched Damon said you've been sitting for 3 hours.
Okay, who's gonna remind me what I have to do here?
You wanna keep Zoom on? Right?
Yeah.
Feel the YouTube.
Hey Susan, I have the book here. When are you guys gonna be meeting in sessions? Next month?
It'll be before our regular meeting.
Both of them?
Just on the second one, I think the 19th, we didn't really set a time, we'll probably set it next